As we are once again alive upon the internet after yesterday's not being alive upon the internet due to some technical difficulties that all got fixed late last night, but yeah, too late to for the stream. But we'll continue on now. I was actually the one thing I wanted to check, I remember now. While I remember, let's go check it. Is what did the sound become? Because yeah, rat should have passed already. So
safe area detected.
So
Combat simulation program active.
ooh. Oh, it's envy for today. Okay. Huh. Because one of the things I wanted to do is basically an explanation run for Nemesis. Just to kind of tide things over until the guide is complete. And also with the guide I can always link back to that basically. So maybe we do that later on today instead of because yeah, we also need a video for tomorrow. Is it tomorrow or Sunday that I so yeah, tomorrow. So yeah, that works out. Yeah, let's do that in a little bit then. I might actually change the title as well. Yeah, let's actually change the titles. Because now recording sent video and some. We'll do it like that. Or because I sometimes use the titles as well if I need to look up something in them. So, but then, yeah, we'll record actually a descent run in a little bit. And in doing so, I'll just go through and basically, yeah, it'll be an explain everything as we go through it and also the skill things and stuff like that. Because if we have envy, that's the easiest one for it, especially with me talking as well. I try to have it be on envy. But then also, yeah, if like for people that want to go through it, like envy is the obvious strong pick. Yeah, let me get you up here. How many levels do you earn on Descent? Well, 5 times XP for killing the Nemesis, for example. You gain basically 5 times as you normally would. Nemesis is usually like 4 levels, so 20 now. Because the 5 times does apply to all that XP. If you do a deep run, I've seen somebody do a deep run and they come out of it and there's like 70 caches on the ground. Like they went to 30 or something. I imagine if you go to like those people that go to 80s and 100s and stuff like that, when you come out, it's like 150 caches on the ground. They're waiting for you. That isn't great for XP, but it's also not horrible. Like it's much better than Town or something. It's more than like 3 levels per hour. You know? And hey, there's this Jim. But yeah, first, as the title says, we're gonna work a little bit. In the end, yesterday, we kind of started working on the SMG, and then I had a power failure. And after that power failure, my modem didn't want to work. And it turned out to be something that I couldn't fix on my end. So they had to kind of fix it on the ISP's end. And that I didn't get fixed until like way in the evening. Although I wasn't without internet because I just use my phone with hotspot and I have enough data bundle. I could do that. So pretty privileged in that way. But then yeah, let's start working on this LMG one. This one shouldn't be hard either. So first things first, we're gonna put under construction exclamation points, exclamation points, exclamation. Because yeah, we're gonna give it the same treatment as here, and actually because of that, I'm gonna go look at here for a second. So yeah, we have those, and then yeah, actually we could copy over from here because that's likely easier. I will get the, because the main thing I'm doing is just adding in one extra column. This extra column gets the talents. And actually doing it this way, I should have always done this way. Let's actually get this here. And then this here. There we go. Okay. Yeah. There are people in the file, so I kind of feel bad for them, but yeah, we're just gonna do our work anyway. And yeah, the only thing I want to do as well is do a different implementation of fast hands. What is this other one? Steady handed? No. Steady handed is just set to 0. It's too many fast hands, right? Oh no, because we have, yeah, LMGs is actually pretty big. Oh, actually, yeah, we could just A to Z. This sorts everything. And yeah, let's start working on these. Let's actually get like this over. Oh, actually, that's the it's the right one even. Perfect on this side. And then we'll remove actually that. Now comes the question: do I want to also maybe put the pouch and rate of fire one as a separate thing? Maybe. No, right? That can just stay there. That's easy enough to parse, especially because their length is so different. So let's just start at the top and work our way down. I don't know what to name the ones. We'll remove this right away. It's the blue screen talent called. I added some currency. Oh, the the things from the Twitch drops finally came true. The exotic and the 2 name caches. But I also got this clawed helmet from that one-time offer thing. How does that look? Clawed helmet. Okay, similar to the end of season 1. I don't remember what that one was called. It's this one, right? Snake. Well, that is not a recolor by the look of things. Okay, this is a tiger on the side instead of a snake. That doesn't look too bad. But yeah, not per se my style. Blue screen. It's called Disruptor Rounds. Actually, let's take from the exotic here. Disruptor Rounds. This one's, of course, Bullet Hell. That one we know. Bullet You know? So let's take care of let's take care first of all of the names and exotics. So also basically everything in here has long rails, so I'll say Jean Drake. So on these ones, we'll keep the 2x there. Yeah, let me get you here as well for a second. Oh, not even. I'm not showing the thing where I'm working. Excuse me for that. And hey, there's the V as well. What's my doubt on the stoner? The stoner is just too weak, is the thing. Like, it just doesn't have enough damage for it to be worthwhile over the GR9. It handles really well and stuff, but it gives up, in my opinion, it gives up way too much damage for what you get out of it. Its reload and stuff not being really good is, you know, fine, but it's just like I'd actually rather do some some decent damage. Because even just by if we just, because this is unsorted at the moment, if we just go by like LMGs here, just on burst alone, like this thing is like way out there behind everything. And then also on top of it, it has -1 mod. So it's even like 3% less than this. Especially if you kind of compare it to like the MG5s of the world. You're them with pouch, basically, as the 100% mark you would kind of take. Is, yeah, that's a big jump. Oh, yeah. So this is fast hands. Fast hands. This Hans is very fast. The fastest Hans in the world. Iron Lung. Actually, yes, anything exotic. Chill. Don't remember what the Iron Lung talent is called. I ardent. I wouldn't remember that at all. Well, those would be good trivia questions by themselves as well. Some of the, because yeah, a lot of them we're kind of familiar with because of Descent and stuff, but with a lot of them, it's also like, what's the talent of the name of this thing and that thing? So I should do Pesty here first. Apparently I don't have anything selected. Because this is Plague. How do you spell this actually? Plague. Plague of the Out. Yes. I know. The true plague of the outcast is just that their songs are too good, and you just want to go like, hey, yeah, the whole time. That's the actual plague of the outcast. Few catchy songs. I should have maybe actually got up in my Z, right? I think that's the correct spelling. And Sleipnir, perfect friendly. Stinger. Ooh, what is the Alan's called on Stinger? Do I have a Stinger? Should have a Stinger in here, right? One would think. Apparently I don't. I do have the blueprints, so we can just make us some more. So why is the game running at like 40 frames? That's weird. Ah, Swift. That's what that's. Yeah, why is the game running at like 40 frames? What was that? Was actually, well, is it called Perfect Swift? It's not even called Perfect Swift, right? It's just called Swift. Yeah. Actually, in the SMG one, did I do that with Slayer? Yeah, Hidden Rock. Because it's not perfect Hidden Rock. Okay, and then yeah, Tabula Rasa. Actually, let's take one of these. We have the P there already. Oh, actually, it says there Swift. I forgot it. I forgot that that was a thing, of course. And the reason I'm not copying from there would come in white. I want to keep these yellow colors here. And it. Okay, so that's all the names taken care of. And the exotics. Now we just have the normal stuff. What happens if I actually just... Oh, well, we don't have one. Let's do this first. Just to set the formatting. Have I done this on those fast hands looking here? So I should fix that on both of these, then, like, just for my sake. Edit, find and replace fast hands as one word, and then replace with fast hands, 2 word. Yeah. So I should copy this. Because we'll do that for all the subsequent ones as well here. So, fast hands. And we'll do the same. Well, actually, we won't, because it won't be needed. Taking out all of the talents. And a sadist from now on as well. It's going to be sadist active. So just sadist. Just to make it a little clearer that you need to think about the uptime of it. Okay. And once we have a pack of this, so actually all of the LMGs have, except for I think the MG5, right? basically everything has also flatline. So that all align, yeah. Sure. 09 doesn't have flatline. So it goes, that goes like this. Actually, 09 also. This one is done with flatline, so let's take it from there. Yep, aligning, flatline, 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 flatline. No flatline. Now let's actually, instead of going all the way up and finding another one, we can just as quickly just do this. And then negatives is, oh, of course, yeah, we're not holding. Stoner not have long on the barrel? Because I just, well, short, yeah. Let's take from MG. Okay. Let's all of those put in. Let me catch up here for a second. That's kind of in my own world there. Sometimes my spell say it gloves blueprint. I assume there is no way to get one right. With those seasons, I'm not sure if they actually added them in. I mean, I'm assuming you've done a bunch of control points and stuff already, right? Because some of the older blueprints, or like the season ones, they've been adding them to the supply crates in blueprints or in control points. But yeah, if you haven't gotten any recently, then yeah, you're, or like if you've done control points recently and you haven't been getting anything anymore, yeah, then they're not in there. Thing is, with a lot of those, I'm not too certain about them because even like my newest account was there for them. That's also why in a little bit, or well, not in a little bit, but unless they announce that next season is the expansion, or the expansion, the DLC, I might actually do a fourth account. We'll park third accounts completely and just not play it at all anymore and just level up fresh and then experience those things for ourselves, and then I can give an answer with some confidence. But at least with those kind of pieces, it's farmable without, like, yeah, the chest and stuff. Having the blueprint is kind of important for chest, but if you're just looking for a glove, that should be doable countdown wise. So let's get all of these named like this. The only thing I do want to change is implementation of fast stands. We've been doing that through all of the other parts just to make it easier for if we ever need to change that in the future as well. Yeah, it looks so much nicer with the talents like that to the side instead of all packed together. Okay, so what I need to do now, yeah, so now we sort by B, putting all the fast ends together.
Consumption of drugs and alcohol on site is forbidden. Violators will be removed from the secure area immediately.
And it keeps the order of things. So yeah, so for fast hands, why do I have 2 steps here? Wait, am I already doing it that way? Oh, this is divided by what is? Oh, that's just uncapped stacks. Okay. Because what we do is Control X, Control V. That saves all of this. And then what we should be able to do is if we just go with like this section. Put that here. Okay. Apparently that's verboten. Damn it. There we go. So you should put the names on the other side as well. Because then we need these two to be different, the L86 and the other one. It's already set those different colors. Where's the RPK? Let's actually remove the alternating colors there. Also, let's already remove this. Okay. So let's take on the SMGs. So we can just take this. And we need the lighter color one for the other one. So we should see if this also works in a second. No, it's the other way around, of course. This is all it. Actually, yeah, so we can just do it like this. Maybe it's easier. That is that, and then actually the darker ones is just those two. There we go. 10 plus 15. This is 10 minus, yeah. Stacks are capped. All right, yeah, that all looks correct. Let's just, we should make sure like the order of things is the same, right? HKs, and then should be so L86, M249. Oh, actually, we can also see it from the stacks here because yeah, this would be the RPK. G5 negav RPK. Double sub, yeah. And should be because they're sorted in the same alphabetical way. Oh. And alternating colors there. There we go. Okay. Because that's an easier way to do fast hands, for me at least. We don't need the base numbers there. That's no luck. Yes. Well, keep at it, and sometimes the game kind of is annoying like that and doesn't want to give you, even sometimes, because that's still a unicorn, not a super unicorn, but just a unicorn. Why is this play? Oh, that's interesting. The 3 caches that came out of from the thing, from the Twitch drops, they don't have size. Like there's not showing as, 3 out of 20 the way that it should. So I could likely have 23 caches in here with these in there. Especially about these.
Looking to deal?
That stinger was on crafted, of course.
Your business is appreciated.
Kind of like the Lexington and stuff, which also have no size. And they deserve. Maybe on the internet ended. Yeah, it was just some weirdness due to power outage, which was also actually my own fault. Turns out one of the extension cords I was using in the kitchen was, not looking too healthy. So it likely was actually shorting out, and we got saved by modern technology that, makes sure to not let that turn into a fire instead of just the breakers breaking. But yeah, for some reason, my modem after that just didn't want to reconnect, and I had to actually contact my ISP and go like, "Hey guys, I don't think it's on my side because I've gone as far as to even factory reset it." So, but then eventually, they got it fixed on their end. But it didn't happen until 11 in the evening. But also, I wasn't without internet still. I just hotspotted with my phone, but I can't stream with that. that would use up a little bit too much data. I have a pretty big data package, but not that big. Also, I'm not sure it would even actually hold. This looks about done. Is there anything else I need to do here? I don't believe I do. Oh, this Bullet King doesn't have. Oh, actually, I would. I need the hold. There. So, because the LMG one should be one of the easier ones, and this one we don't even need to add anything. On the SMGs, we had to at least add the Ox Specker. And I actually did look into that create filter and sort by filter. It's not like we just pulled it this way, just we're not sorting these things out daily, so each fine. So the 100% mark is here with the first sadist, right? Yeah. So yeah, all of these percentages, whatever. I didn't even add anything, so that shouldn't break. Now, let's copy this over to sustain side of things. What is our sustain one? Classic M60 there. Yeah. Let's already put this here. So let's finish this up as I see. There are a few people in the file as we're live editing it. So hopefully they weren't just checking something out and then everything changes. Okay. So where's the first say this? I think actually that's this one. Yeah, this is the first sadist. Well, first normal sadist. So let's fix this up. So this is 222. There we go. Okay. This looks done. Kinda eyeballing some stuff, seeing if there's anything else to do. Nope. We'll call that one done. And we've changed the fast hands on the other ones. Let's remove the under construction. Let's also actually, so yeah, I've taken to year 6, season 3/TU23 updated. Because the devs seem to be putting away the TUs as well, so well, we'll just do the year 6, season 3 as well. Oh, the reload speed. You know the actual change of the season? Kind of forgot about those. Although, yeah, this is like at least the way we have it now. Wait, yeah. Good thing I realized that and then just leave it up, I guess. So let's first do by column A. Well, actually, no, we keep it with column A, yeah. I don't want to sort them by that first. Actually, this is kind of nice. The fast hands and steady handed are at the bottom of each one. So, okay. Yeah. we almost forgot the thing we came for. So, what I need to remember is, yeah, to make sure that let's first start with the exotics. Blue screen is now on this build, a 1.88. Bullet King 2.81. Ooh, that's different here. Oh, we did that because it wouldn't fit otherwise, but maybe we put that back in. Yeah, let's put that back in because that'll sort all of those with the non-named versions of them. Oh yeah, Bulking is still 0. So let's actually with the names. So let's take MG5. That's going to be annoying as well because this is going to come in yellow, right? It's already weirded that way. So this is MT49. How do we do the M249? Oh, this one's specifically M249 anyway, so yeah, M249. I'll put it with those. Same here. It's faster if I do it like this. So I will take all these names to be oh, so this still is perfect. Yeah. Fire. M60. E6. Oh, we just put it all together. Oh, also actually, yeah, so that doesn't have the, because yeah, we have perfect fast stance here as well. But yeah, we'll fix that up in a sec. Ready fire. Also, I'm gonna jump here for a second. I'm kind of in my own world. The issue with the filters, you can only have one per sheet page. You're risking per temporary filters, which I think as well. Yeah, I was kind of running into the same thing of like, also it seems to be like it shows up even if you aren't the owner of it, but then you can't click it, so it might cause some confusion. Also, I think I'm kind of just fine with, because in theory we don't edit these so much. Names there. So this is lady 6. Is it this way as well? They'll go where their kind of parent item is.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
Keep it consistent. I don't like that. Ooh, and then last L86. Whoa, what? I made the PK. I made the new reliable apparently is a L86 there. Yeah, no, that's just I read it wrong. Yeah, so Now, let's resort this whole section by name. Because that's kind of handy for this kind of stuff, I did notice. But also cleanup wise, we do this like once per season. There we go. Now put all the names with the other ones. Yay. Okay. Also, yeah, let's actually not do exotics first. Let's just go down this list because otherwise I might forget something. So, classic M60 is now 3.0 flat. And handy thing is now as well, with the implementation that I have, is we can just put 3 points. I don't copy it from here, although actually I could copy inside the field. And that will take care of everything over there by itself. Also, yeah, what we can do is that. Actually, there isn't that many LMGs. The thing is, especially here, or some of them, we're showing them with pouch and then also rate of fire mag. Why do I have HKGR9? Like, even in game, it doesn't actually do HKGR9. I think this is just. I think that's what the. Is that just because of these guys? I think it's because of these guys. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, originally my list started with copying theirs. So, for instance, there we see some weirdness because of that. Although, well, the list over there, that's the one I also like helped make. So I didn't even steal. I was just stealing back my own work, basically. Because at one point theirs was such a mess that I kind of offered to help out with it, kind of clean it up. Although the naming and stuff was already all in place. So GR9. Wait, why is this all zeros? What happened here?
Weekly medical checkups are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot. Failing to comply could lead to the expulsion of
I don't know. Something happened there. 290. So let's actually, yeah. Will be the same for all those. Will be the same for all these. Why were they set to 0? Guess I'm accidentally copied from steady-handed and then didn't fix that up. And also explain why they're so high in the sustain list. Huh. And then it's 2.9. 9. And then also, so this is also all of this. That is exactly the button combination I'm using. Google Sheets, whatever. Why the pop-up? Infantry MG5. So 241. Iron lung 237. I'm on striker, right? Yeah, because I would need to be on striker. L86 with the big mag in it. 277. L86 didn't change. Should stay the same there as well. Wait, why are these also? Oh, well, that's steady. Yeah. That's why. M249. Actually, let's not take that one. 9. 3.63. I have no idea why it sometimes does that pop up when I'm control V. I'm literally pasting. Exactly doing the thing you're saying. I should. Because M249s, M60 E46. 3.08. And we actually need to fix up. So fix that up because apparently there was that attached to that side. So what we need it to be is this part is still the same, right? So this should still work because the difference is in here, right? Shouldn't this be 5? So 3 times. Because this is the reload speed calculation. Yeah, this should be 5, right? Shouldn't be 3. Because that's per stack, and the max is at 200. So 5% per stack. Because what is that one? Is the max size? That's max size. Yeah, so max size, that's crit chance divided by 100, and then 3 times. Yeah, so this should be a 5. So actually we had that actually incorrect in the thing there as well. Yeah. Okay, but that fixes up good times as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, MG5, non-infantry. 2.37. What's that? All of these are 2.37. Okay. Negev. 3.2.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to
Okay, bestie.
those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
3.63. Yeah, let me check up here as well for a second. Can't remember all there. I enjoyed the pestilence. Are you going to break my heart and tell me this isn't the best LMG build? Well, it isn't the best LMG build. Definitely, like Striker with MG5 and Killer will consistently outdo it. But Pestilence, as yeah, it's kind of with the build showcase. I don't know if you saw the Lingmo one that did recently. I quite enjoy it. It's much more so because it's hitting stuff that you can't hit. Like there's definitely a lot of value to that. Being able to just have damage going around, and especially once it gets to the point where, because once you start doing like the way to kind of see it is in the same way as like killing in one mag, right? There's a damage per mag kind of happening with the bestie take. So once you reach 1 million-ish with the stack basically, and for that you kind of need a dedicated build because, for instance, yeah, Striker doesn't reach those numbers, but especially like that Lengmo setup does, 1.5 quite easily with a full stack. Once you have that, so you have 10 ticks of that happening, right? So that means that you're doing 15 million. That's enough to kill an elite. So once it's kind of self-sustaining, there's a value to it that you can't really quantify just by the DPS of it. You can, but there is value there because you can have the tick kind of killing its own stuff and you're killing other stuff. So as far as, for instance, red builds, I would much rather run a pesty build than a red striker solo. Generally, I don't run full red solo anyway, as many that have seen my streams will know. I generally, like, if I'm solo, I'm running tech tanks and stuff. But if I'm forced to run a red, I'd much rather run a bestie than just a striker. Just because of that, just because it kind of does, it kills another set, basically. Because as fast as Striker kills, you still need to get the gun on target. Pestilence just goes around and does its own thing, kind of. But that's not the best, because if you need the single target damage, like if you're fighting right or something, yeah, the bestie takes aren't. Striker is just going to outright beat, like, or if you're fighting something big, where it is just a single target and you're just unloading in it. A Striker with MG5 and better talents would kind of outdo it, but for instance, control points and stuff, I really like it. 2.4. That's quite a change from 4 seconds to 2.4. It's basically now has the speed of the fast hands without having fast hands. But that still doesn't save the stoner. Okay, so that's all the reloads in there. Did I do... Oh, actually, our new reliable we need to do by itself. I should do the... I skipped a few names here. Let's double check. Actually, up to there, I definitely did it. Okay, I started messing up around here. So that's the Carnage. That's all the RPKs. And then, yeah, so we just need new reliable. Those are new reliable. We could just calculate it. Okay, let's just take it from in here. $2.58. Wait, did this get worse?
Please remember to switch off and unplug all electronic devices that are not
I get the feeling I didn't have the Big Mac last time I entered that number. Likely. Okay, now we have everything. Let's control copy. Control V. And there we go. Is the marker set correctly? Yep. Okay. So this marker goes is this the first say this? Yeah, that's the first say this. Or do I put it on some of these steady handles maybe? Although the RPK with steady hand doesn't make much sense. Yeah, let's put it on that sadist stoner. So now this becomes the comparison points at 12.
Food rations will be restricted for the next 24 hours. We apologize for the inconvenience.
There we go. Yeah, almost forgot to actually do the thing we came to do, which is, yeah, fix up the reload speeds to the new numbers. Okay, now we are done. Man, everything kind of looks as was. It's interesting, yeah, how much higher this thing now in sustain is. But then you have things like, you know, even a classic M60, you basically have the same sustain as the stoner, but then you're doing like 8% more on the burst then. So,
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range.
or actually even,
Previous law enforcement or
wait, where's the MG5 in all this here? Okay. Well, 4% less on the sustain, 15% more on the burst. Like, that's kind of why the MG5 is kind of my pick. Oh, yeah, on the burst stand, that is very much in those guys' favor. The RPK, if it was a little bit faster on the reload, it could compete again, maybe. Well, this is just the MG5 being 100 rounds and like even faster reload than it. And yeah, in this case, 20% more sustain and just 2% less burst. Yeah, this is done. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3 are done. So we still have rifles, shotguns, and pistols. And shotguns only, well, doesn't need any reload information changed. So that's pretty easy. I know, so I've already actually, so Mars isn't getting touched at all because I'm not adding in those talents because we don't have talents there. We're showing it with determined. So basically we have, 3 more to go. Yay. That also works out. Because how long have we been going? Oh, about an hour. That's good. Let's actually, did they borrow anything from the stash? I don't think so. No. But then let's maybe actually set up for going and doing a Nemesis run, but then also I'm gonna kind of narrate as we go. So you set up the recording folder. Because actually
Program active.
actually in the whatever the latest video, what was the latest video? What was it about? Oh yeah, visualizing stat thing. There's actually a moment in the second section, kind of, it freezes. I kept it in, and then like I was thinking of like, oh, I maybe take the footage from the stream, and that's a little bit lower res, and just maybe stitch that in. But I just left it. But yeah, it freezes for like 10 seconds before it like catches up. That's the hard disk was not ready to actually receive data. It's an old beast and just needs actually spool up time. It's also likely dying, but it's fine. The date is 2503. It's actually the next video I was gonna do was actually gonna be macros, but maybe we'll extend that a little bit, also giving as Dream is kind of doing many of them, many iterations on them, so we'll give it some more time. Also, this being Envy now it's a good chance. It's a good time to kind of do this one. So Nemesis run ramble. When was our last rambling talk? Let's take a description file and a thumbnail file and put that in here already. Actually, I need a bio before we even start there. Let me get up on the chat first. That's gonna in my own world. Something to craft, find the unicorn LMG chest with crit and glass can. Yeah, that chest is kind of hard to get, but also keep in mind that you don't per se need it. You can go with that sacrifice version. Because even here, for instance, I have it saved with 5 pieces of Lingmo, specifically as well, so I can, if I want to, I can go this route. Right, like have the Lingmo pieces. Because if you go this layout, that's kind of still, that's most of the way. Like it's actually, it hits harder on the hits and does a little less on the ticks, and it basically cancels that. So the Lingmo chest isn't as worth it. What you mostly get out of this is that you take 10% incoming less, and you do feel that there's chip damage and stuff doesn't kill you as fast, but it's not a big difference. So you can always go with like this layout. Killer MG5 with Striker? Yeah. MG5 is now so fast that even here, for instance, without Striker, it's a 2.69 reload. On Striker, it's... Actually, we can load up Striker. On Striker, it is like a 2.37. It's like an AR reload now. It's like a FAMAS reload for 100 rounds and stuff. So you can have just, so this one is slated to be, this one is one of those from the time that I would go for the talent, and then the third stat would be swapped out. But now I actually have one crit chance, although I'm holding out for better ones. I have 2 ready, but they're kind of expensive. But yeah, crit chance here, killer here. That's the way to go. 1 crit damage mod, 1 crit chance mod. Or even double crit chance, and you can leave out the crit chance like I have on the backpack. Yes. So looking at my BVs and don't have any virtuoso blueprints for Master. How did you get those, or does no one have them? I think you have to be, because virtuoso. Which season was it? What was that virtuoso? What was last season? No, virtuoso was the season before, right? So, I mean, I can also go check, but I think you had to get them from the season track. Virtuoso was still before season 2.0, I think, and you just get them from the season track. Or was Virtuoso last season? And was it Virtuoso last? Whatever was last season, we didn't get the blueprints for it. This season we did get the blueprints from Refactor, from the journey. So when we get these ones, you get also the blueprints as they come. But last season that wasn't the case. Was that Virtuoso? Because yeah, then Virtuoso, yeah, nobody has them then. But also again, one that is easy to just go and farm. So it's not the worst one. I did lose something last night. RNG gave me cheddar, then both look through. Well, I had cheddar. Nice. That's another injury by packets. Yeah, usually that kind of goes like that. It's just a few mistakes in a row, and it's over. It's also why it's nice to generally do it in group settings where you need multiple people to make mistakes in a row, and depending on who you're with, that can be life-saving. What is it was last season? Yeah, Refactor is correctly given, but then yeah, Virtuoso was last season, and then yeah, that they didn't correctly add it, but our number did go up. So in the missing numbers here, the Virtuoso is part of that. Because that's also why we have, like, gear set wise, like I should have everything, but I'm 18 out of 19 sets. So the only one I'm missing is Virtuoso. Last season was so long ago that, or like the start of it was so long ago that yeah, it's completely just blanking on some stuffs. In a group, that's much so. Oh yeah, it's big deal is the group healing. So yeah, it's kind of like running, FI in solo. Like yeah, you wouldn't. Let me take one quick bio break, and when I'm back, we'll get started on recording Nemesis run. I'm just basically gonna narrate as I go and just explain everything, and that's gonna become tomorrow's video. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, let's get set up. So kind of want to start out here. Actually, does this thing show up in photo mode? This UI thing? I don't think it does. Yeah, no, it doesn't. So we'll just start outside of photo mode. Maybe we do the intro here with staring down Wally.
This night is never going to end.
It's gonna work. If we brighten it up a little. Good enough. I missed anything else? Just abundant value lose when you factor in the -5 chance. Well, you can kind of look at the. That's what that's what the DPS tables we're kind of working on were for. Is on here, and I'll link to the main folder. We have a command for that. That takes you to the main folder, that thing, and then in there there's the AR one, and this is on build. So this is why we have these ones. So this is this file, the AR striker, and this is on build. So then you can kind of see that the Honey Badger is kind of like even behind the M4 kind of and the P416 once you factor that in. But then it has, like in this pack, it has the fastest reload. So there is value there. I think the Honey Badger actually now, so Carbine 7 was one that you could kind of pick, and especially it handles pretty well and had the fast reload. That is now the Honey Badger, very much so. But yeah, it definitely falls away from, that above FAMAS and stuff. Because even the CTAR and or FT1000 that is above the CTAR and the FAMAS and stuff is below the CTAR here. It's kind of a middle of the pack kind of thing. Actually, for linked laser pointer, I would say yeah. Because actually, a Honey Badger does have a long rail, right? Yeah. I mean, we can kind of see. So one thing you can also always do is Control F and like any. There we go. Yeah, Honey Badger with flatline is there, so it does have a long run. I was pretty sure it did, but just to check. So yeah, for linked laser pointer kind of stuff, P416 M4 or Honey Badger could be all three be pretty good. Because they give up like 1%. Actually, not even worth it. Oh, no, yeah, so 0.5% on the burst, but you gain so much on the sustain. Back the game. Do you like the Honey Badger? Same here. It basically is acting like you have an accuracy muzzle on it, so it's even better than the Carbine, which is already a pretty decent when it comes to handling. Oh yeah, let's do an intro here. And then we'll do a premise, and then we'll go into a run. Well, actually, we should do this inside of a run. I want to show the front of the thing as well. Also, I want to show that I have all of the upgrades and stuff. Which not, yeah, just more to like lay out that, hey, until you have all those, it won't be as easy as I'm going to make it seem. Yeah, let's check the folder actually again, because we've been away for so long. Let's make sure it records correctly. There we go. Okay, yeah, let's go. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about how to do a Nemesis run, as a lot of people I know struggle with it. And we'll go through a Nemesis run. I'm just going to run all the way through it. We're going to keep it uncut. That's also why it is a rambling talk. And this is also kind of in lieu of the finishing off the Descent guide, as that's been kind of been postponed time upon time, as I wanted to get it done halfway last season, but then a bunch of things happened, some in real life, some, for instance, the global events returning in Division 1, which took up a lot of time. And now as well, of course, a new season and new things that need to get done first, like updating the build collection or updating some of the DPS tables. But just to kind of have a somewhat of a guide out there already, we'll do a Nemesis run here. I'm going to go and do so in Envy, which is one of the better rotations. I would consider the best rotation, especially for Nemesis runs. And we're going to go through, and I'm just going to explain as we go. Timestamp-wise, I'll timestamp each and every loop, and I'll try to actually include as well where some interesting information happens just behind it, because we're going to talk about some of the skills, some of the weapon picks, and stuff like that. And I'll try to do so in separate loops and kind of link them like that. So yeah, let's go get first set up by talking about Envy for a second, and then we'll go into the run. And not the best intro, but I think I'm just going to keep that. Yeah. Let's and before we actually start the run, I want to kind of talk about Envy, which is one of the better pools. As we have it here, the pools rotate every 3 days, and Envy is about to run out. So we are doing this video now. You can always come to any of the descent gates. One is here, of course, at the castle. One is up here east of the White House. When you come to these, you can actually press T, as it says there, to see the talent pool. On controller, of course, it shows a different button. And I can already see what talents are in here. And especially what makes Envy great is that there are a lot of good yellow picks where we can extract some damage. So for instance, we have some Sadist, Ignited, Eyeless, all of those can add to our damage. And also CC for us, together with Trauma being here, which is very handy for a Nemesis run. Then as well, we have a good selection of exotics. That matters a lot, as well as here, any of the following, including Plague, Agonizing, Incessant, or Bullet Hell. Especially, well, Plague, Agonizing, and Bullet Hell can be really good for Nemesis run. For deeper runs, yeah, Incessant Chatter is kind of unbeatable. And of course, as we showed actually in a different video with how to Envy, and if you're interested in how to do deep runs with Envy, that goes over that. Today, we're going to be specifically kind of discussing a Nemesis run. But also, while we're doing so, I'm going to explain a bunch of mechanics that some pertain to the Nemesis, some just in general. But actually, all of the exotics here are decent, and especially if we get our pick after loop 1, we're very likely to have either one of the 3 that we want for Nemesis, because Plague can be really good for that fight, Agonizing and Bullet Hell, all 3 can be really good for the Nemesis fight. Incessant can be good for deeper runs, but not so much for Nemesis fight. Payment in Kind, we wouldn't generally want to pick until we're kind of set up for it. And Liberty or Death, while a little bit of damage isn't that worthwhile, but when we get a 3 pick, it's very unlikely for it to be just Payment in Kind, Liberty, and Incessant Chatter, so that we don't get any of the preferred picks. So that's what Envy really is especially good for the Nemesis run. We will likely get a decent exotic out of it, and then as well, the reds that we have here are pretty good. And what we generally want to do with our reds as well, of course, is diversify, and that is allowed here pretty well, because yeah, we can go with what we generally do is Surgical, Allegro, Strained, Obliterate, and then for here, Unhinged is generally viewed as kind of a trap, because we don't actually have Steady-Handed to offset it with, Steady-Handed or Braced, so we generally don't go with that. Our general other picks will either, if we have Agonizing, we'll generally go with Critical plus either Pummel or Rifleman. So you can kind of go in several routes, although Vigilance can also go in there. So yeah, let's go and actually first, before we go, I want to point out that yeah, I have all of the upgrades on this account. I have all of the things that you can buy. Going to Wally and actually buying the permanent upgrades is very worthwhile. especially that fourth pick, which is pretty cheap. You do want to get that one pretty early. Then as well, getting all of those stat upgrades, which I can't show here because I've already have them, but getting crit chance, armor on kill, health on kill, those three are very valuable. Getting some of those handling ones as well, because yeah, for some of the weapons, it helps quite a lot to have that, just that 10% and accuracy and stability. Even that 10% hazard protection can kind of save you at times. So it is very important to buy those. The credits one is one that I would wait for a little bit later, because that one is very expensive and is only the in-run credits. It does help. It gives you, in effect, what it gives you is one extra reroll in a run or per loop. So that does help out a little bit. Having talked about all that, let's go get started. And actually, one thing I want to show here as well, you can actually just from anywhere, because you don't have to go to the gates to get started there. You can actually from anywhere just fast travel to Descent. Anyway, cut it there. How long was that? 4 minutes. That's fine.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
And now it's going to be a lot of talking.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Let's see how long I get through it before.
Safe area entered.
Yeah. I should clean my glasses here because it's annoying me. Also, yeah, I can cut after every loop just to catch my breath and stuff. So I'll likely do that. Yeah, let's get going. Actually, let's make sure as well that the focus is in focus, because actually most of the Umbra showcase, I realized after it was out of focus, which is kind of nice. And now that we have loaded into Descent, well, first I have to initialize here, as we always do. If you're wondering actually what that is for, that is to make sure that everybody is loaded in a group setting before it actually applies the changes that basically Descent is based around with the inventory system basically being different. So that is a check, basically. Unless everybody's loaded in, that mushroom isn't available. Here, first of all, we'll get to pick a weapon and a skill. That is only on loop 1 that we get to pick one of each. From then onward, loop 2 and onward, we basically get to pick either. So it is going to be either a weapon or a skill that we get to pick. And picking the right weapons and the right skills is very important, especially the skills. Now, actually, I'm already getting one of the best skills here. So yeah, this is going to be a lucky run already, even though I didn't even cherry pick this. We're going to take the foam as our skill there. We'll discuss skills on loop 2, but here's first. So weapon-wise, I don't have the best selection here. I'm going to pick, let's go with the AUG actually here. Let's go with Ace here. As weapon-wise, there's actually a lot of choices here that is a little bit different than in the main game. So one of the things in Descent is it does seem to use the same system as out of here. So when changes happen outside of here, it applies to in here. But then what we don't have here is actually the ability to, of course, mod our weapons. We pick as they are. So actually some of those weapons that are generally not used, for instance, the M1928, the little the Thompson. For instance, on that one, outside of here, we would generally not pick it because it doesn't have enough compensation for its 3 missing mods. In here, there are no mods, so actually it performs really well. Here, though, we picked up a rifle. That one's decent for a little bit of ammo conservation, but we'll be using our pistol as well quite a bit. We want to make our ammo last, especially until the boss fight. And we're going to be picking easy rooms all the way through. That is how a Nemesis run is generally set up. And as we come into a room, 2 doors are marked when we are solo on loop 1. Although in group settings as well, but then on loop 2, it would start marking 3 doors. And yeah, these rushers, you just shoot them in the legs. As I know, a lot of people have some issues with these guys and kind of bring them forward as like the hardest part of Descent. I could not disagree more. To me, they're the easiest part of Descent. You can kite them quite well and yeah, kind of just get them around. Now we come to our talent picks, and one of the things that is important is to get that 4th talent pick. That does adding 33% to your choices is well worth it. That does make a big difference. So get that upgrade early. And here, though, I'm going to actually take Preservation. Preservation will not help me with the Nemesis fight itself, but it will help me get there. Preservation, of course, on kill, we get a little bit of healing. And yeah, why we are picking the easy rooms is especially this Nemesis heat. So the Nemesis heat system is in the upper right, is that percentage next to that little skull with the hood on. And for the Nemesis, we need to reach that 100% to fight the Nemesis. If we pick hard rooms at 3%, medium rooms at 5%, easy rooms at 7% to that. So picking easy rooms all the way through will get us to the Nemesis faster. Now, though, you could make a case for going a little bit deeper, especially on some of your maybe earlier runs to fight the Nemesis, and maybe picking some mediums where you can, because what you do get for the mediums and the harder rooms more so is more of the in-run currency. Also as well, yeah, so the in-run currency is on the top right, that's 750, that is the in-run currency. At 23k I have, that is the NSA tag, that is the permanent currency. So the in-run currency you get much more of on hard and medium rooms than you do on normal, so each gradation that goes up. So you're either picking between having lots of money and having a lot of choices. For rerolls and stuff, of course, we require some currency. Yeah, we didn't really get anything. Might reroll once more, and yeah, we get eyeless out of it, so it's fine. There as well, one of the things you can buy is a free talent to start off with. It can be something useful or not so useful. In this case, Lucky Shot, not the most useful thing for me here, mostly because as well, in those yellow slots, I want to have things like Trauma, especially, and then followed up with Eyeless, Sadist, and Ignited, preferably. So that being there will likely get overridden at some point. And yeah, we do want to, if we want to fight the Nemesis as quickly as possible, and that will make the Nemesis run basically a half-hour run kind of thing. Yeah, we do want to pick the easy rooms, but that also will make it basically the hardest Nemesis fight that it can be for solo play. But that is not, yeah, especially with a rotation like Envy, we shouldn't have too much problems. Also, yeah, I have the skill there, Foam, which will help out quite a lot there. We'll talk about skills a little bit more and explain them all in Loop 2. But here as well, so weapon-wise, the pistol, especially now that M9 got a pretty big buff with the pistol changes last season, it works out quite a bit better than it used to. We'll take a surgical, especially helping out with, if we do get Obliterate. Obliterate is one of the MVPs in this rotation. And yeah, we'll go with Ventilation. As you know, let's go do Boilers. I much prefer Ventilation over Boilers as a room, but yeah, we get to have 2 reds there. As the circles around this, they designate how many of the picks will be there. So in this one, the initial 3 picks, we have that 4th pick, of course, that we buy the bonus for, or that we buy it at the shop to get that 4th pick. But the first 3 picks will be these 3 colors. So we'll have 2 reds, 1 blue, and then that 4th pick will be whatever. So it is important to kind of pay attention to what they have. And sometimes as well, if you're not, for instance, going for getting Nemesis after Loop 4, which is what we're trying to do here, is by going the easiest rooms possible, unless something weird happens, because sometimes that does happen. Well, not weird, but it is RNG, technically still. Although, yeah, we would put it at like 1 out of 8 runs maybe, where you don't get enough easy rooms in that run for it to give you the Nemesis after Loop 4. So even picking the easiest room all the way through, you might get to the point where at the end of Loop 4, you won't have enough Nemesis saved up basically for to do the Nemesis after Loop 4, and then you have to go do whole Loop 5 after it, which is sometimes very annoying. And yeah, the loop order is basically there's 4 rooms and then it's a boss room. So yeah, we've done 4 rooms there. We've picked 4 talents. We've gotten 4 rewards, and now we go to a boss arena. The boss arenas are generally, or well, so for instance, here on loop
Hostile
1.
construction
Solo up
initiated.
until loop 6, it is one wave that spawns.
Hostiles constructing.
The boss rooms are then
Hostile spawn
whatever
from
that is,
highlighted
plus 1.
doors.
So here, when we have one wave normally, we have 1 plus 1, 2. Once we reach loop 6 and we have 2 waves normally, then it's 2 plus 1 for the boss. Also, yeah, we've been saving our ammo. We've been a good boy. Let's actually use up a little bit of it. Although, yeah, the ACRSS, not the easiest to use. I will actually just shoot that guy in the shield. And just go through his shield. And yeah, we'll feather fire here by just tapping. And yeah, on the second wave, the boss spawns with them. Now, there's a saying I quite often have in here, which is the first boss is the worst boss. And yeah, that very much is the case. The first boss is, especially in group settings, pretty highly scaled. So their health and armor is actually pretty high, which means that they aren't pushovers when it comes to killing them. Now we have cleaners, so yeah, I'll definitely blow up his backpack. That will do heavy damage to him. And then yeah, I'll finish him off, or try to pretty quickly. And I'm kind of using as well the area here, so I'm hiding behind this. I know there's snipers out there, so I'm kind of using this position so I can shoot him without being shot by the snipers. Positioning and such, one of the things that is very important about Countdown is, yeah, you don't have your gear and such to save you. It is all up to you. And I know a lot of people that struggle in here are actually, you know, not the best players. Some will actually even admit that, of course, that they aren't the bestest. But in the sense, you basically are stripped of your gear and such. You're left to the base things of the game. So knowing positioning and stuff will carry over very much from here as well into the real game. At the end of loop 1, we always get an exotic talent pick. And yeah, as we were kind of talking about, we will get likely something useful. So yeah, as we were talking, Incessant Chatter, not the greatest against the Nemesis. It isn't really great until you have it set up for it a little bit and you go a little bit deeper. And if you want to actually see how we set up to go deep, because one of the things we'll do for deep runs with Envy is actually have Incessant Chatter, keep it at 5 stacks, lock it in with Bullet Hell, the Bullet King talent. And once you lock it in, it is locked into that 5. And yeah, from there on, it's cruising. Here as well, Payment in Kind, the Backfire talent, the Bleed, we don't want to per se deal with that, even though the Bleed isn't that painful. You can definitely kind of take this if you have to. But we have Agonizing, and Agonizing is actually really good, especially for the Nemesis fight. Because, of course, Agonizing will pick an enemy in the Nemesis fight. There is one enemy, the Nemesis. Here's what, actually, I'm going to take a skill tier, and that is for the extra charge for a foam. One of the things to know is that actually the Nemesis will have the same skill tier that you do. So picking too many skill tiers can be dangerous. But in this case, for instance, I do want that extra foam charge, but I'll likely go for just 1 tier extra. Yeah, we get to pick some better weapons or some better skills. And yeah, as we pointed out, now we only get to pick skills or weapons. We don't get to pick both. So if we want to take, for instance, this Demolisher, which could be a choice, we could go that route. But I will likely actually go, even though I don't like the weapon, might go with the SIG here, well, the SIG, the MPX. There's 2 SIGs in the list. We already have a rifle. While I like the 6.716 better than the ACR-SS, at least for in here, that we have it, I think I will just take this SMG. We'll put it alongside of it. And we'll hope for better skills than those. And yeah, the skills is one of the... Actually, yeah, we'll pick a red slot here as well, I think. Yeah, let's take a red slot. We have just enough for a red slot, which... because of the 2 rerolls that we did. And yeah, we want to actually pop these as well. And that's one of the things as well. You want to actually pop the health always, because this will stay in the ground. If you come here on a subsequent loop and it is here, that pack will be also on the ground. So if you buy upgrades, you can fill up multiple times. So the skills, because the skills is actually one of the important parts of a Nemesis run fight. And yeah, we have 2 doors solo. So this door and that door. After a while, you'll know the positions of the door, but you always need to check which ones are marked. So on solo, we'll still have 2 doors marked here. If we were in a group setting, starting at loop 2, we would have 2 doors marked. We still have one wave, so not too difficult yet. And yeah, I'll be using up a little bit of the rifle ammo now instead of the pistol, basically. And then saving my SMG for later, and especially the boss room.
Console available.
The skills picks is one of the things that confuses a lot of people, and a lot of people don't really understand them well enough. And especially now that, oh yeah, now we have agonizing. I am going to actually take critical as one of the picks. We're going to stick to the easiest rooms, and yeah, just try to get our Nemesis heat as high as possible, as quickly as possible. The Nemesis will copy your skills for the skills that it can, because it doesn't have the full selection of skills. Nemesis does not have a shield. The Nemesis does not use a scanner pulse, things like that. So when you pick, especially things like chems, they will have the same chems that you do. If you pick anything, for instance, with the Fireflies, they don't have the Demolisher or Burster. So what they will have is then instead the Blinder. They will stay in that same category. Same goes, for instance, for a Revive Hive. If you go with a Revive Hive, they will have a Healing Hive, because yeah, they don't take Revive Hives. So the easy picks are generally to go either Fire or Foam Chem. And the Foam Chem is really good against the Nemesis. The Fire Chem is really good for getting to the Nemesis. Then we have any of the stickies, because those will all carry over 1-to-1. The fire, the EMP, and the explosive. Any of those is kind of fine, because they're also easy to avoid. Same with the chems. You will see when the Nemesis is firing them, just, yeah, don't be standing out in the open like an idiot. Then the Fireflies, so all of the Fireflies become a Blinder Firefly. But then also the Blinder Firefly by itself is actually a really good pick against the Nemesis, especially a solo one. In group settings, the Nemesis, or if you have more, because you will have, in group settings, it will be group size of Nemesis, basically. So if you're with a 4-man, there will be 4 Nemesi, Nemesises. So in that case, likely if you throw it at one in the back or something will hack it and send it back, but you will still likely blind 1 or 2 of them before that happens. So still a good pick, but especially solo, yeah, it is very unlikely that that one Nemesis will kind of hack it back. So those are the preferred picks overall. You don't want to go, and yeah, specifically with the chems, you don't want to go Oxy or Healing, because yeah, they will have the same. And yeah, that can hurt. That can hurt a lot. Kind of considering Pummel here. Pummel won't help with the Nemesis fight itself, but will help us get there. I'll take the reroll though. Oh, trauma. Yeah, very much trauma. Whenever we see trauma, we want trauma. Unlike real life, where you know people here, we avoid therapy. No therapy for us. We want that trauma. And yeah, for those unaware of what trauma does, it is basically on a headshot, every 30-second cooldown is a blind, and then on a body is a bleed. Especially this blind will be our main CC against the Nemesis starting out. Here we also are starting to deal with hazards. So this room is, for instance, electrified. So all of the floor, which is kind of wet, or you see kind of... it's kind of hard to see as well where it is wet. I'll definitely agree with that. Oh, it's the 2 doors there. And yeah, but also the hazards also apply to your enemies, and in the sense that also actually includes disruption. So if there is a jammer in the room, it will also jam enemies, which sometimes actually can be very much in your favor. From loop 6 onwards, we might see Black Tusk. The Warhounds just get jammed and become easy prey. And then yeah, some of the other skills, like Revive Hive, turns into a Healing Hive for the Nemesis. And yeah, even though we have Adrenaline or Agonizing Bite, we still want Surgical underneath it a little bit. And there as well, I didn't want to reroll, so we're kind of going for the easy one there.
Entering new location.
And yeah, we're going to push again. We've done 4 rooms again, and we've reached a boss arena once more. With the guide coming up as well, I'll put out a map, and with the map, especially on this map, it depends which rooms you pick, which boss room you get.
Hostile
And 2 doors are going to be marked.
initiated.
This boss room has 4 doors. So yeah, it's there and there. So I know where they are. I'm actually going to go sit up here. I still actually as well have that SMG, that green SMG, still full of ammo. So we can use that as well if we need to. One of the things with weapons is that green weapons basically have around a 25% increase when it comes to their damage. So going from a gray weapon to a green weapon, and then from a green weapon to a blue, and blue is the highest in the sense. Once you have a blue weapon, that can be, like a blue weapon will do a lot more damage than a green weapon, and definitely a lot more than a gray weapon. So you do want to upgrade them as you can. And here as well, having that MPX that is green versus this gray ACRSS, that green MPX will do a lot more damage, but of course has range limitations. So here I'll only really use it if it's a little bit closer. Don't want to be too aggressive. I'm just gonna hang back, let them kind of come to me. They're trauma providing us the blind. We also have eyeless to do extra damage when that is active. Add ammo there. Sniper shot whizzing past my head. And yeah, furthermore, on some of the skills, so the traps, for instance, all become, oh well, not all become, but the shrapnel trap becomes shrapnel. The other two, the healing and the,
Vital
I'm
signs
just gonna
critical.
use a med pack there as we are still bleeding.
Deceased.
Man, that was a stupid death. We'll cut it there. We'll start afresh, right? How did that bleed last so long? I mean, there was nothing I could do there once we were in that situation. Eh. Yes, we'll start from the start. I need to remember, like, what have I or haven't I said? Oh, that I can't remember. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here as well as I can in the...
Combat simulation program active.
I was in my own world. And indeed, rip. Yeah, so the one. Even there is also not too hard to deal with them. So yeah, well, so although yeah, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say we could maybe start recording on loop 2, but yeah, that wouldn't work. I would have different talents and skills. So we've recorded up to this part where we start. So we can already go in here and then start from in here. That was a stupid death. Because yeah, I was just the explosive barrel, and
Denied.
even though I even quick healed,
Deactivating
that wasn't
protocols.
enough.
Entering combat simulation program.
Could have tried going for the full heal, but I wasn't even expecting that thing to actually keep
Combat
going.
simulation
Oh, what am
activated.
I doing? I want to start recording before we've hit that thing. Because actually, so this ended with this, right? Yeah. Travel into the descent. Because I want to start recording before we hit the mushroom. No, I don't think I've died on non-nemesis in like the last 30
Deactivating
rounds.
shape protocols.
That one was just
Entering combat simulation program.
annoyingly.
Entering safe area.
That one was frustrating. Yeah, let's try that again. And yeah, we'll start here at the very start. As we come into it, of course, we have to initialize. If you're actually wondering what this is for, this is to make sure that the entire group is loaded in. You don't get to initialize until everybody's loaded in, because when you hit this button is actually when it does the changes and kind of gives you your inventory and stuff for that run, basically. And yeah, as we see here already, one of the perks you can actually grab as well is having a free talent to begin the run with. Is one of the permanent upgrades. I have that. We got Protector here. Not very useful. I'm not going to grab a shield. And yeah, we'll start actually with getting our picks here. I'm actually... So at the start of a run, on loop 1, we get to pick a weapon and a skill. Later on, from here onwards, basically, it is only either or. So we get to pick either or a weapon or a skill. So here, I'm going to actually grab the fire cam. I very much enjoy the fire cam. Weapon-wise, so in here, one of the things is with weapons, they are basically the base weapons, but of course as well, we don't get to add the mods onto them. This changes quite a bit, actually, what the balance between some of the weapons is, because some of the weapons that don't have mods outside of here, and we just, because of that, kind of ignore them, like the Thompson, the 1928. In here is actually pretty good. Outside of here, we would generally not use it. Here as well, the M16, I think, is the one I think I'm going to go with. Because yeah, we get 3 rifles here. Not my picks generally. I'm gonna go with the M16. It hits the hardest, and actually, yeah, the -1 mod that kind of does hurt it a little bit. Outside of here isn't an issue here. We'll grab ammo. We'll grab even pop this med pack. Even though we won't actually grab it here, of course, because we're full. But if we get this rotation again, and I buy extra med pack slots, even multiple, maybe even this will still be on the ground. What we're going to go do is, yeah, we're going to go for a Nemesis run, try to get to the Nemesis as quickly as possible, which means we're going for that Nemesis heat. As we see here, for this easy room, we have 7. For this hard room, we have 3%. And that percentage needs to basically reach 100%. For that, for the fastest way to get to the Nemesis, we go the easiest rooms possible. So preferably easy or medium at worst. There will always be an easy or a medium pick in a pick. So you can always avoid doing all the hard ones. One of the things you can do though is, yeah, go for some harder rooms here or there to actually fight the Nemesis, or even medium rooms. Fight the Nemesis after, because here we will fight him after loop 4. But we could actually extend that a little bit, and that will actually make the Nemesis fight a little bit easier. So for your first maybe attempts, maybe don't do it exactly as I'm doing here, going for the fastest route. But maybe go for extending it a little bit, picking some medium rooms here or there where you get the choice between an easy and a medium, picking those mediums, maybe fighting the Nemesis after loop 5, because they don't scale up as much as we can from a loop. So we're going into the rooms. Most of the rooms, with the exception of some of the boss arenas and boilers, is 4 doors. And here solo, it'll only be 2 doors marked on loop 1. In group settings from loop 2 onward, it would actually have 3 doors. But seeing as we're solo here, we'll always be on 1 door. I'm forgetting where my rifle is on. I was trying to swap to button 1, but it's on button 2. We'll use a little bit of our weapon, but mostly, or what, with the AR or the rifle there. We want to save a lot of it for the boss fight though. Although from here we could kind of use it already. I'm gonna grab the obliterate here, and we'll hope to get agonizing to trigger obliterate a lot more consistently, or get some surgicals in here. And one of the things that we go for, especially is with talents, is looking at them and going like, what would and wouldn't work with a Nemesis run. So for instance, here with a Nemesis run, if I pick Pummel for one of my talents, it is 3 consecutive kills for that +10. Yeah, there's 1 Nemesis. I kill him and then I get the bonus after. Same for instance, with close and personal. I would kill him and get it after. Now, of course, for deeper runs, we would set up a little bit differently. We would much more care about setting up for the room. So Pummel there would be a decent pick, or you could definitely go with it. But for specifically the Nemesis, yeah, we don't want to have the on-kill talents, especially. We want talents that will be active at the time when we're fighting the Nemesis for the Nemesis fight. And I'm going to put a fire cam there, and I'm going to ignite it here. And yeah, we'll deal with these shield guys. The easiest way is just to shoot them in the legs. They are not protected there. You can also just shoot them through the shield eventually, but it takes way too long. And M16, not my preferred weapon here. But we'll get the job there. I'm going to take a preservation. Preservation, not, again, actually, so as we were talking, an on-kill talent, but it will help me get to the Nemesis, because preservation is one of the better healers that we have for our personal use. And we also need to get to the Nemesis. And I like having a stack or 2 of preservation. Here we're already coming in. We see both of the marked doors. And the fire cam is really good for this. We just leave it at that door. I'm going to go over here. And when this wave spawns, I will ignite it. One of the things you want to do is actually not be ADSing when you are igniting your cam, because then you will pull out the cam actually. Here though, I wouldn't have had the charge, so it wouldn't have pulled it out at all, but yeah, just as a heads up if you do have multiple charges on it, because we will actually go for multiple charges on it. Kind of considering ignited here, although actually what I would want is trauma, eyeless, sadist, and ignited would be an option if I can get an extra yellow slot. So I might go all in on the obliterate for here. While we only at this point have 10 crit chance, and obliterate would have, if you don't have those permanent upgrades for crit chance, it would not be a choice at all. You have 0 crit chance at that point unless you're using an SMG. But even in here, the stats of this, or well, once we get green ones, is tiny, so you would have 1% crit chance. It's not like the 21 that we get, you know, on high ends out of here. This being a boss room has 5. Not all boss rooms have 5, but yeah. So we saw this door, we saw that door, we saw that door. That means that it's going to be that door. Even though I haven't seen this door, I know it's that door because, yeah, the process of elimination. And yeah, I've saved up my M16 ammo for here. I'm not too worried about these shield guys. We'll just let them run. Because one of the things is, as a lot of people kind of talk about these guys as if they're the scariest thing in the sense, but honestly, yeah, you can play with your food. These guys, just shoot them in the legs, just yeah, and you can kite them. Now, of course, if they are there and there's like a sniper in the background and stuff like that, yeah, that can become hectic, but just either deal with them if they're a grave target like that. So for instance here as well, I'm going to kill everything except the named, because the first named is always the worst named. The bosses are pretty heavily scaled, and especially this first one is, I think, a little bit overtuned almost. Especially in group settings, you will have all 4 players kind of unloading into them at full blast and not doing too much actually. And taking multiple mags to kind of make an impact. So we likely still have 1 sniper out there. Oh, we have a, okay, so it's a drone controller. That's why they're also not popping out. Oh, that's where they're... And yeah, well, the M16 isn't the greatest at range. Still works out for us. This being a cleaner boss, of course, they have an explosive on the back. We're going to definitely make use of that. I'm also going to, in this time that they're kind of incapacitated, make sure that I get that on target. Also, the M9, that pistol that we always get at the start of a run, is much improved than it used to be due to the changes to pistols. And actually, the pistol changes and such carry, or all of the weapon changes from outside of here carry over to inside of here. Yeah, let's get our first exotic talent, and after loop 1, we always get an exotic talent. Now, as we were kind of talking about, the 3 picks that for Nemesis work best is, yeah, Plague, Bullet Hell, and Incessant Chatter. Agonizing Bite. Agonizing Bite would be my preferred pick. Plague would be decent as well. But here we get Bullet Hell. I am going to take Bullet Hell because Liberty or Death isn't that big of an increase. Incessant Chatter, we won't be able to really keep it stacked against the Nemesis fight, so not a great pick. Bullet Hell will actually help out quite a bit, and even Bullet Hell is one of the better picks in here, and especially for deeper runs. I'm going to take a skill tier here for the extra chem, for 1 extra chem, so I can chem both doors. But yeah, so they're not the best example, but Bullet Hell is actually one of the better ones. Not having to ever reload here especially is kind of important. You die in reloads quite often. Let's talk and discuss actually a bunch of skills as well here. So here on loop 2, we get to pick either a weapon or a skill. So you have to be aware which you're picking. Now here, skill-wise, none of these skills is something I'm going to pick because the Nemesis actually copies our skills when they can, and then for the ones that they can't, it'll be a random one. So this repair trap will actually become a shock trap. Shock and repair trap become shock trap. Shrapnel trap becomes shrapnel trap. This sniper turret would just become a sniper turret for them. This incinerator turret would be an incinerator turret for them. Also, I wouldn't be able to deploy really the sniper or this incinerator because the Nemesis can hack. So none of these skills is worth it. So we're going to just go with a weapon. I'm going to take the AUG. And here, for instance, as well, another one where outside of here, we wouldn't generally pick the AUG, but in here, that 42 rounds that it has instead of the 30 is actually worthwhile. So we'll go with that. We'll put that in our main slot. And of course, as well, we'll spend some of our currency that we have here. I think I need... Actually, yeah, so we're not at max reds or anything yet, but let's already grab that red there. And then, yeah, skill-wise, yeah, the Nemesis, overall, the better picks for it are either fire or foam chem, because they'll get the same and they're easy to avoid overall. Which room do I prefer? Let's actually go for security. Or, I mean, 3 people. Yeah, security's on that side. But actually, I want 3D planning. Security is a little bit too exposed. Over time, you will know the maps and stuff, and there's basically 2 main maps, so it doesn't take too long. And yeah, 2 doors marked still. If we were in a group setting, this would be the point where 3 doors start getting marked. It doesn't matter what the group size is, 2 or above. If you're 2 or 4 man, it doesn't matter. The doors will get marked. And yeah, this is the reason I kind of like the fire cam. It will take care of quite a bit, leaving us not too much to deal with. Oh, actually, as well, I realize now that yeah, bullet hell. So the 42 rounds of the of the AUG doesn't really make a difference here. But it was also the only AR in that list, so yeah, we'll definitely. I prefer the ARs, even though the AUG not the best one. It is a green weapon, and yeah, the green weapon does add quite a bit of damage on top of a gray weapon, so we do want to go with those. And yeah, sticking to the easiest rooms. Yeah, so skill-wise for the Nemesis. Fire chem, foam chem is really good picks. Foam is really good against them as well, as yeah, you can foam them to the ground. And, you know, CC is pretty powerful there. Fire, you can set them on fire. It isn't a long duration. It doesn't do that much damage, but yeah, still an option. Both because also it's easy to avoid, and then also for getting to the Nemesis, as you see here. Fire chem, pretty powerful. Other options that you have is any of the stickies, explosive, the EMP or the fire. Any of those is decent, and also then the Nemesis gets that. And the Nemesis, you can pretty easily avoid it. That's the important part. The last ones are the Fireflies. Any of the Fireflies, Burster, Demolisher, or Blinder, will all 3 become Blinder Fireflies for the Nemesis. And yeah, blinding is annoying, but it isn't instantly. So because of that, it is one of the ones to go for. And Blinder itself against the Nemesis is pretty useful. And actually, Demolisher is not a bad usage. Like, it's not bad to use to get to the Nemesis. Because, for instance, here on these heavies and stuff, you can just toss a Demolisher, instant use it their way, and yeah, it will blow up their backpacks and stuff. So give you some usage. And yeah, we're going to go for Trauma here. Trauma, that blind and that bleed every 30 seconds we get. So on headshots, we can blind. We'll use that on the Nemesis as one of our CCs. And also for getting to him, because yeah, here and there we'll be blinding. Basically, the first enemy out of a door will be blinded. Now here we have a boss room. This boss room on loop 2 is actually going to be harder than just the normal room. Later on, the boss rooms are actually easier, especially when we get multiple waves after loop 6. But one of the things is this Nemesis heat is a lot less. So here, the boss rooms is the same as a hard room, 3%. So yeah, we're not going to pick that because we want to reach the Nemesis before the end of loop 4. Or after loop 4. So we want to reach 100% before we end loop 4. Let's say it like that. And yeah, here we get 7%. One thing we can see as well is, so 4 loops, 100% divided by 4, 25% each loop. Here we're going to end. We're on 45%. Once we finish this room, we get 7% more. We're on 52. So we're above the curve when it comes to reaching the Nemesis on time. And yeah, we want to fight him after 4. That is going to be the fastest. Now here, of course, I'm kind of talking and kind of going slower and explaining stuff. But generally, around 30 minutes is what a Nemesis run takes. So it isn't too long
Console.
if you do it that way. Now, of course, yeah, you could extend it to do it a little bit later. And in doing so, you would make it likely easier for yourself. And yeah, that's definitely an option. I'm gonna actually, yeah, we'll take Strained here. It's a decent enough pick, even without agonizing there. If I had agonizing, it would be a no contest, but without agonizing, yeah, I kind of had to think about it. We have 20% crit chance because yeah, we have 10% base, and then I have 2 stacks of surgical for another 10%, so 20%. That is enough to trigger a little bit of crits and also, yeah, the Obliterate, for instance, here, because Obliterate is actually one of the heavy damage increases for this rotation. And yeah, on the boss rooms, we have whatever amount of waves we normally have +1. So in this case, it's just going to be 2, as we had 1 wave normally. That's going to keep actually for solo until loop 6. So we'll never see 2 loops if we are playing our cards right. That's also one of the reasons why you want to fight the Nemesis, preferably as early as you can. So for instance, yeah, that you don't go all the way to loop 6, because at that point you would have to deal with 2 waves per room, and that's a lot slower. But here at 1 wave per room, it goes still pretty fast. But then yeah, the boss room is always whatever normal waves, amount of normal waves +1 for the boss wave. And yeah, now that we're on loop 2, the boss is gonna be a lot easier. Also, I have things like trauma and stuff, although yeah, trauma's on cooldown at the time being, but we can kind of burn this guy down. I'm just gonna let him walk up into this, even though he avoids it masterfully. And one of the things that I see a lot of players do here and there is just trade with an enemy that has much more health than you and lose that trade. You don't want to do that. You want to be smarter than that. If the boss is, you know, a lot sturdier than you, which a lot of them are, use your tools. Wait maybe for trauma to come back. Use your chem. Use your tools. Make sure to kind of deal with them smartly. And yeah, we're just going to keep to that 1 skill tier that we have. I have 2 charges on the cam. That's enough for me. I'm going to take the rest in red. Reds and blues don't carry over to the Nemesis, but what they do is that the Nemesis, especially like in the Nemesis fight, blue cores are kind of useless. We wouldn't have enough of them to kind of make a meaningful difference, unless you're fighting them on like loop 8, where you can actually have a little bit of help by having high blue cores, but yeah, that comes at the cost of some damage as well, of course. So here, yeah, we have the choices between some weapons again and some skills. Again, we only get to pick one. And actually, yeah, as we were talking about, the blinder is actually a really good pick. So for instance, as well, a lot of the skills will become random skills for them. If they don't have that version of the skill, or they don't use it, for instance, they don't use jammer pulses or pulses in general. So this would become a fully random skill on their end. And that could be an Oxy, that could be a Seeker Mine, that could be a Bomber Drone, and all of those are kind of annoying sniper turret. Revive Hive is actually one that we could pick, and what it would become for the Nemesis is a Healing Hive. Now, actually, solo Healing Hives aren't too hard to deal with, because you can always kind of kite them out of it just by putting yourself in a position wherever they put it down, even if they kind of stick in it, because quite often as well, they put it down and they just run out of it. But if they put it down and they stick in it, if you go hide in somewhere where they can't shoot you from the position that they're in, they'll come towards you eventually, and you can kind of deal with them there. But as I was talking, Blind or Firefly is actually very useful against them, and we'll take that. And yeah, meaning we won't take another weapon, but I'm kind of okay with this AUG and this M16 for now. We'll have the choice to actually take 2 slots if we want to. The question is, do I want to? And for now, actually, the answer is no. I'm going to actually take a med pack and actually 1 extra ammo. And yeah, that med pack, I used one actually in that last fight, so it's actually handy that I left that one on the ground. And that's the reason why we generally always open all of them. Yeah, so we're on 52%, so we're above the curve, basically, and yeah, we'll keep going towards the Nemesis here.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium.
And it's still just 2 doors marked, so I
Hostile
see
construction initiated.
this door and that door being marked, so yeah, we don't need to look for any more.
Hostiles constructing.
Still 1 wave,
Hostiles
fire cam,
spawn from highlighted doors.
and yeah, I'm not gonna, although I don't have the extra cam, but yeah, don't ADS, and then, you know, we didn't get that many over there, but that's fine, we'll clean up ourselves. I'm actually gonna use M16
Console.
just to
Active.
save some AR ammo there. And then sometimes you do have to reroll. So here, none of these picks would be something I would want. We'll reroll there. Trauma, 1 tier of it is enough. You get 2 seconds reduction per tier. So later, much later on, loop 30 and above, you might start taking some traumas and taking this down to its max of 12 seconds. But for here, yeah, not really. But also, every time we reroll, the price goes up. So this is whatever we get here, I'm going to take. And yeah, we'll take that ignited here. And yeah, we're going to stick to the easiest room. Although, for instance, here, if you are wanting to go Nemesis, like you don't want to per se fight the Nemesis on loop 4, because if you fight him after loop 5, he's a lot easier, and you're still at 1 wave, so it isn't too bad. But then here, it would be a choice of like, oh, that one has 2 reds and 1 yellow. This one has 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue. So we could pick that one if we wanted to delay the Nemesis, actually. Here, we don't, though. We want to fight him after loop 4 if we can,
Difficulty
so
rating. Easy.
we'll go in as is. And yeah, in the Descent, it is very important to kind of the main lessons of the game
Hostiles
really
constructing.
hold through here,
Spawn from highlighted doors.
especially if you haven't really learned how to position, how to fight enemies that are stronger than you smartly. And yeah, there, for instance, the perfect outcome of the 2 cams, the entire wave got destroyed in 1 go. We'll take Eyeless here as well, extra damage to blinded enemies, because yeah, we'll blind them with the trauma, of course, and then also as well, Eyeless will trigger here and there as well for the waves along the way. Yeah, we are also seeing some of those supply stations. Those are basically shops. You can buy refill of ammo, you can buy special ammo here and there. We're going to avoid that for Nemesis Run. We don't want to use our currency for that. We want slots and we want rerolls. That's really the only things that we're going to be buying until much, much later. The one thing you could look in there for, especially on rotations which are worse than this, because keep in mind as well, here I'm running this on Envy, which is overall the best rotation for the Nemesis, but also if you're going to go do the Nemesis, maybe for your first time or such, do it on Envy. It'll come around again. Rat or Envy are pretty simple when it comes to the Nemesis run. Others can be a little bit more annoying because, yeah, for instance, Trauma makes a big difference, and Trauma is in both Rat and Envy, as well as both of these are pretty high on their damage. Here's well, although actually, I'll take the string too, just to not reroll. So yeah, we're on 71%. We have done 2 rooms so far. Oh, actually 3 rooms actually. So this room will give us 7. So we'll be at 78%. So on actually the next loop, we can have, we just need 1 easy for the Nemesis. So we're kind of very likely to see that. And because of that, we're kind of likely to see the Nemesis after loop 4. But yeah, knowing the basics of the game, because a lot of the game is about positioning, being smart about how you position. Because for instance here, I have these 2 doors. I'm going to actually position here. I'm going to play the room through here, basically. I'm going to chem that, of course. Finish off that guy. I'm going to be aggressive. So one of the things that a lot of enemies can't deal with, the AI in general, can't deal well with, is actually if you are fast moving, if you are aggressive. That actually helps quite a lot. Now, of course, that can come up with a price. I'll be honest here. The last run that we did here, I might have died a little bit. If I had a slot for Sadist, I would take Sadist here, but instead we'll take another Obliterate. And that was because I was a little bit too aggressive. An exploding barrel that I missed exploded next to me, and I get downed because of that. So yeah, we started up and over again. Although I was, of course, as well here, a lot of my attention is going to talking and not so much playing well. So we see one door over there.
Constructing hostile combatant.
This boss room again is going to be 2 doors. So yeah, one door
Hostile
over there.
Construction initiated.
So I'm going to actually set up my fire cams for this first wave. I'm actually going to push a little closer and kind of go from the side here. We'll ignite, hopefully getting most of it. Oh, we did. And fire cam is very strong because of that. But it won't be against the Nemesis. And also with the Nemesis, I need to watch out to not get hit by the fire cam, of course, because it will destroy me. But the thing is with Nemesis as well is they won't ignite it, they will fire it. So unless you are firing and, you know, when it lands at your feet, because even if he direct impacts you, the health gate will save you. And yeah, no special ammo for you, Mr. Brown. And yeah, now we see kind of the difference between loop 1 and loop 3 in the bosses. Where in loop 1 we had to unload multiple mags into him. Now that we've made good picks and kind of have some good damage, we get to have pretty quick kills there. After each loop, after the boss fight, there's a chance that you'll get an extra exotic talent pick. And actually getting some of them pretty early is very valuable, but yeah, it's very rare to get actually multiple before loop 4. Sometimes you do though. I've had actually Nemesis fights where yeah, you have all 3 exotics by loop 4, and that will make it so much easier, especially if you can get good ones like in here. And that's one of the strengths of especially Envy. Like most of the exotics are pretty good. The worst 3 that you might even get, you would just pick Liberty out of those, and that's still valuable enough. And yeah, on to loop 4. And here again, I could use a yellow. We don't have enough for 2 unless we skip. So one of the options that you always have as well is if you go to our skills here. So weapons wise, again, nothing I want to really pick out of this. Skill wise, I'm kind of set. I could actually pick a skip here, and I might actually do this. Yeah, let's pick a skip here. And what that will allow me to do is get 250 credits from that. And now we have just enough, because we need 2800 for a red slot and a yellow slot. Now, of course, I haven't bought armor kits upgrades. I do want to have all 4 armor kits for the Nemesis fight. What that means now, though, is that actually at the end of this loop, I'll have to buy the armor kit upgrade. And then, because at the Nemesis, we'll only get one extra slot. So I'll have to actually buy the refill for 250 at the shop. And yeah, we do want to get ammo, of course. Never forget ammo, even though I quite often do. And yeah, we just need 1 easy room. Because yeah, 1 easy room will put us at 85%. From then on, we could actually even pick medium rooms because we're guaranteed the Nemesis. So here, if I have to pick between boilers and workshop, I'm going to pick workshop. Boilers has as the only room 5 doors without being boss room, and that makes it that I kind of dislike it. Even though only 2 doors will be marked, but also this room is so much easier as we're going to set up like this.
Construction initiated.
And yeah, still just 1 wave. We will not see 2 waves. Because at this point as well, we're guaranteed the Nemesis. So, because at worst, we'll still get medium picks. We just need 3 more medium picks to get to Nemesis.
Console active.
I know, it's okay to be, especially if it's the last enemy remaining, it's okay to be pretty aggressive against them. I have enough for 1 reroll. I have enough for 1 reroll. Because yeah, the second one would be more expensive. I might actually take that reroll, and I was hoping actually, yeah, for Sadist especially, because Sadist as well, we would trigger it with our trauma, even on the Nemesis, so we can benefit from it. And from here on out, we could even pick, oh no, actually we couldn't. We could risk it and pick a hard room, but we would need another easy room, so yeah, let's not.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
But yeah, the descent is especially as well. It takes away a lot of benefits that people are kind of used to. If you're used to running, for instance, a striker with a bunch of blue cores and stuff, and making trying to make life easy for yourself, because honestly, heroic isn't even that much of a challenge, even if you set up that way. Or for instance, even more so a tech tank. The Sand, of course, kind of takes all those advantages away, forces you to kind of play with maybe weapons you're not familiar with, talents you may not be familiar with. And that means that, yeah, it is a good test of how well you can deal with change. I'm gonna take a reroll here as well. Although it didn't pay off. I'll take the eyeless. One of the things is, so yeah, eyeless, one of the reasons I don't want to stack this, the first step is 25%, or 20%. The second step and onward is only 5%. So a lot of the talents they added in later kind of work by that principle. Same for Rifleman. Rifleman with the first step is 5%. Every subsequent step is 1%. You can look all of these up as well. There's many sources, so you can kind of look through them and kind of figure out which picks. Because sometimes you might think that, you know, just because eyeless is 20% on the first step, there might be 20% on all of them. Because, for instance, some of the older ones are set up that way. For instance, obliterate per step just goes up a certain amount. Surgical is 5% per step and stuff like that. Same for Allegro, it's 7% per step. So there's some inconsistency there that you just kind of have to know. But over time, you'll know them. I'm gonna put the cam there again, and yeah, I'm kind of putting them at the edge of that door. The fire cams do, of course, go through door boundaries. If this was a fire cam, it wouldn't. Fire cams don't have that trait, so they would only hit enemies that are on the outside. The stickies. Same for the explosive stickies. So when the door opens and you ignite it, if the enemies aren't outside of the door boundary yet, they wouldn't get hit by it.
You're fucked now.
But yeah, fire cam bypasses that, and because of that, is actually one of the better picks for here. Although for the Nemesis fight itself, foam would actually be preferred. I think I might take actually, because normally we have these four, and then we basically have two open picks. So you could go either, there are multiple choices that can go in here. Overall, the best one for deeper runs is to go critical and usually pummel with that, although critical vigilance as well is an option. But you got a rifleman, also an option. You can kind of pick out of those four. Here, though, I'm going to actually, for here, just pick rifleman. As we were talking about, the first step of rifleman is actually pretty good at 5%. For subsequent steps, not so much. But we'll just take one stack of it at most. We're about to meet the Nemesis anyway, so we just want to fill up those slots. Because, yeah, we did actually invest into getting these slots. Might as well actually fill them up. And if we can, preferably as much as possible with separate multipliers. So here, I could pick the easy room, but actually I'm going to pick the medium room for just that little bit more credits.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium.
Because, yeah, we just need 5%. We're guaranteed the Nemesis.
Hostiles constructing.
So there is no per se reason to not do that. And yeah, that cam didn't land well.
Hostile combatant.
One of the things as well is actually to set up directly on a door. So one of the best things you can do is actually set up on a door that you can shoot into the door as they spawn. Because from the sides, the enemies, actually, the door isn't real for them. So if you are on the side of the door and you're trying to shoot them, but the doors are open and blocking your shots, they're not blocking the enemy's shots. So that's why, for instance, yeah, if for that door, I was set up here and they come out of the door of course opens, the door would be open, I would be just shooting at the back of the door, they would be shooting through the door. The doors aren't real for enemies. So generally what you want to do is, as long as you're powerful enough, like if you're not powerful enough, you kind of need to take some distance, especially later on, that can be a thing. But for instance, one of the things we always go for, especially if we're doing it in 3-man or 4-man, every person takes a door and you just set up on the door and shoot into it. Because also, until they come through that door boundary, they can't fire. So any enemies you can kill on that side before they actually come over, that will, yeah, prevent them from shooting at you, of course. So that is actually a very important thing to remember of just trying to actually catch them before they really can't even do any damage. I might take a reroll here because a surgical, while nice, is not really what I want. More of. I'll take one more. Yeah. Didn't get anything useful out of it. Why don't you just take one perpetuation? because this will actually apply to the out of these at least. If we can't have a sadist, because I would have loved a sadist, and I would have loved maybe 1 stack of vigilance. And this vendor, just to show it as well, is just, yeah, refills and then also some special ammo. Now, one of the things I could go for here, and I have enough currency, and I might actually just do that. Although I'll likely forget during the Nemesis fight. Although, as well, likely the Nemesis fight will be over before it becomes a thing. Incendiary ammo works really well against the Nemesis, so I'm going to actually put some in my pistol. That way I can carry it into that fight, because I won't be using my pistol much here. And we'll disable them for a few seconds. So, and also we have ignited to kind of trigger off of that.
Detected.
So
Entering
we'll
new
invest
location.
into that.
Difficulty
And
rating.
in here there is
Target.
5 doors as well. So one of the things is through here, through this little gap, we can actually see that door. So yeah, it's going to be 2 doors marked, and it's going to be 2 waves in total. Now, I'm going to go find the last door, so it's not that one, so it's got to be this one. And yeah, I ignited my chem. It didn't catch anyone. No. This lady just wanted to be part of that door.
I'll set up the turret now. Turret's no good here. Gonna take
Sniper up there is always very annoying spot. Oh, there's 2. That explains a lot. Already actually gonna put a fire cam over there. And try to find this last one. Agonizing as well, giving away the positions of enemies is always very handy. He'll likely be back here. Do not blow. Yeah. And there actually, some of the enemies were shooting me through the wall there. Anyway, we'll use our blind the firefly, that medic. They studied medicine for several years just to run into a fire.
I'm waiting.
There we go. And yeah, we didn't get a second exotic, but that's also fine. We have 1 good exotic, which is bullet hell. Bullet hell will help out actually against the Nemesis fight, because you can just, while they're foamed or fire or, you know, blinded, you can continue to fire, because usually you would just put out basically what your damage per mag would be once you hit the reload. Basically, that will likely be more than enough for the Nemesis to kind of get out of it. So actually here, I don't have enough to buy 2 medpack slots and then also a refill. So what I'll do instead, actually, yeah, I'll buy 1. We have 1 here as well, so yeah, we'll just have 3 medpacks. Preferably I would have 4, but yeah, we used up a bunch on rerolls. I'll check as well here what our special ammo availability is, and I might actually put some hollow point ammo into my, even though we don't have sadist, this hollow point ammo as well, in the same way that hollow point ammo from OD, because there's that hollow point ammo, would work. We also gain a little bit of extra damage. So we have 90 rounds of that, a little bit of upfront damage, and we'll try to just burn down the Nemesis if we can. Now this depends as well on where they kind of spawn. You can kind of manipulate their spawns a little bit, but it seems very inconsistent, at least for me. And yeah, we won't watch the video. The tactic here, I use this as well, usually in solo nowadays as well, is just to go and take the high ground there. It's just the most consistent. And I should put 2 fire cams here. I'm gonna try and get them to spawn right there. No, spawn behind me.
System malfunctioning.
Because they sometimes do seem to be that they spawn in your line of vision, but it might also have something to do with proximity. Anyway, we'll just let them come. In the meantime as well, our disrupt will fare off. Now what the fight against the Nemesis especially is a fight against an enemy that is much stronger. So this is the same for hunters, this is the same for, you know, fighting rogues and stuff. Anyway, those fire cams, they went all the way back there. They didn't really do anything useful against us. And even though, you know, shooting to ignite them, that's kind of fine. We just want them to come closer, so we're just going to hold position. Let them come. Because if I engage them here, they have the benefit. I'm out of sight of optimal. They have lost actually sight of where we are. They'll come to investigate over here eventually. We'll give them the time. But yeah, a lot of these fights are especially about using some of the tools that we have. So we have a blinded firefly, we have some trauma, we have some fire on our pistol. All those three are tools which will buy us some little bit of time for us to hit this enemy pretty hard. So once they're kind of a little bit closer, I'm not gonna stay upright while they're fire camming like that. I'll send the blinder over. Because you don't need to, just because you can fire at an enemy, doesn't mean you have to. So for instance there, I could have maybe finished them off, but also they could have fired back and murdered me. I'll take that blind. I'll let them fire their cams off again. And done. Be smart about how you fight enemies that are stronger than you. So for instance as well, in like the real world, we can also use tools like PFE and such. But here, just using the tools available there, although I got somewhat lucky as well. I got a blinder firefly, we did get fire ammo along the way, and as you saw, the flame ammo, actually pretty useful, makes them pop up, gives you a few seconds of freely firing at them before they fire back, because I didn't even take a hit there at all in that Nemesis fight. This Nemesis fire run took us 42 minutes, which is a little bit longer than it normally would, because we're chatting it up here and there. But we will actually exit it out here, and let's discuss, you can also, for just should as well, you can just leave the send by just using the social menu and just leaving here. But yeah, let's go to a conclusion. Yeah, let me catch you up here.
Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
And I dare LMG 50 plus loops. Yeah, no. I mean, if you want to see 50 plus loops, oh, they're highest loop 50 plus. Yeah, no. We're just doing a Nemesis run, and also yeah, that was all being recorded, and that's actually going to be turned into a YouTube video. That's why I was also so verbose, let's say, and just explaining everything. Yeah, that's, but yeah, talking is already always. I noticed that last night as well. With I was just playing a little bit, and yeah, I couldn't stream last night because of some internet issues, but I could still play but I had actually pretty high latency on a phone connection basically. But I was doing so much better because I wasn't talking. The sent earlier, and I don't leave 33 cents. Oh yeah, well, 33 is at least, well, I'm guessing it was solo. That was actually pretty impressive for solo as well, because solo also takes so much longer, and yeah, can be somewhat harder. Yeah, let's actually record an outro here. We'll do it actually with the loot here. And yeah, as we come out of there, we see actually the prize that we oftentimes go for with Descent, which is reconstructed caches, which is actually, if you aren't aware, these can contain, or well, they do contain named blueprints, and yeah, you will eventually have them all. I, in my case, already have all of them. If you don't have all of them, it would show 2 items on the right side here, one gray one as well, meaning that you will get a blueprint from it. Here's, well, I got, this is 5 times XP, so yeah, we got 5 levels out of it, which for 40 minutes is not the greatest, of course. If we were to go and do some activities and such with 5 directives, yeah, we could very much outdo that, but it's still better than, for instance, because if we kind of extrapolate that to maybe an hour, we would have maybe like 6-7 levels. That's still better than the 3 from Countdown, for instance. So level-wise, it is also decent, especially when you go very deep with it. And of course, as well, this was just showing Nemesis. We could actually just continue on after Nemesis. That's actually beneficial as well. That will get you more NSA tech. That's also how I have a decent chunk of NSA tech saved up by going deeper runs here and there. Envy is also very good for going deep runs, but yeah, here also very good for just a Nemesis run. And of course, as well, we got some NSA tech out of it, but a Nemesis run is about 80-ish, depending on, well, we got a boss room there. If we took that boss room, although if we took that boss room, we would have likely, actually no, we would have been safe because we had enough. No, actually we wouldn't. We would have actually had Nemesis after loop 5 if we had that. So we had to do an extra loop there. But of course, those reconstructed caches, especially if you go deep, you can save up a lot of NSA tech and buy reconstructed caches. And it isn't too hard to get the full set, and also, of course, getting the permanent upgrades. Because keep in mind that for this whole run as well, I have all the permanent upgrades. They make a decent difference. Having that free talent, having that 4 talent choice, having the extra credits, having 10% crit chance so I could take Obliterate right away and such. Those make a difference, so do invest in those. But even going maybe more so in a group setting or something to a 30 and getting those unlocks done, that will already get you most of those unlocked, and then from there you can kind of grind it out further. And yeah, I quite enjoy actually Descent. I know it isn't everybody's favorite, but I very much do enjoy it. And I have the badges to show for it as well. Also, as well, in here already, we'll discuss one more thing, because, yeah, while we have, of course, from previous seasons, although not from all seasons, I don't have the tier 1 from, for instance, Broken Wings there, but I do have it for some of the other seasons. And those tier patches, these are given for, tier 4 is given for loop 10, and then tier 3 for loop 20, tier 2 for loop 30, completing loop 30, and then tier 1 for completing loop 40. The Nemesis patch for this season as well as, yeah, up to this point, I haven't actually in this season gone past 10, but specifically as well, I've gone and gotten the Nemesis patch. The Nemesis patch is still tied to getting the Nemesis after loop 8, which means getting at most 7 medium room picks and trying to only get hard picks up until the end of 7, because, yeah, once you reach into 8, it doesn't matter, then you can. But having 7 medium picks is at most is not something you have control over. So quite often runs will fail as you try to do that. So likely will take multiple attempts, and you have to basically do as many hard rooms or just all hard rooms and just only drop down to medium when you have no choice, because sometimes it will be a medium and an easy room and you can't pick hard. So yeah, that's how you get the patches. And getting these patches has become a seasonal thing, or well, per season we try to go and get them. Because yeah, I do enjoy going deep, especially in group settings. As you can see, for instance, here as well. Puppeteers, I didn't do it, but then for instance, Shade of Red and the last season we did. And I do quite enjoy Descent. And of course as well, you get the comms and such from that. As well, also here to explain what is happening with the comms, because a lot of people aren't understanding this one, but also it's very poorly explained. If we looked at this project before we went in, it would show that I'm going to get 7 comms. Now, of course, actually coming out of it, I got 0 comms. The reason for that is that I have all of the comms from Descent, so we are not going to get any more, of course, because there aren't any more to get. What is happening currently is actually on the first week of this season, the first 7 comms were picked as the, I don't know actually if that's the same in this order, but from the release order, the first 7 were actually there. So if you were missing any of those, if you did the project, you would get whatever one you were missing. It is basically specific ones. It isn't just randomly 7 comms. So this second week, it has been the second 7. So likely this pattern will continue for the rest of the season, meaning that, yeah, you can catch up. Doing in this season, every weekly Descent will get you all of the comms, most likely. Because likely it will go into the third set of 7. But yeah, it is basically if you're missing any of those specific comms. It isn't just any of the comms, and it doesn't surface well because it just shows collectible, of course. If it showed the name of these, you could actually cross-reference if you're missing them or not. And yeah, that's been confusing a lot of people. That's also the reason why you can only really do it on one character and get some comms. If you do it on the second character, it's still the same comms, but now, of course, it's account shared, so you wouldn't get them anymore. But yeah, I wanted to explain that as well. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video of us talking about our dear friend Descent and Nemesis running. As yeah, I've spent quite a lot of time here in Descent, and I've quite enjoyed all my time in there. And hey, hopefully in this I've given you some tools to, if you haven't tried it ever out, to maybe go and try it out. Do so on Envy. I would say if you have the option now. Of course, Envy, as we saw there, is going to end after this video, or even by the time this video is up, but it will come around again. Rat is a second best choice. Gluttony, Greed, and Sloth, I wouldn't per se pick them for Nemesis runs. Sloth, for instance, is very good for deeper runs, but not per se for Nemesis runs. And yeah, when you see those around, maybe give it a try. And yeah, as you saw here, doing it solo can be perfectly fine. You don't need per se a group. In a group setting though, it's actually, I find it generally easier to do it in a group setting, especially if you're not doing 4-man, but doing 2 or 3-man. The scaling for 2 and 3-man seems a lot more agreeable for, especially if you're going in with 2 competent people, of course. Now, of course, if you're going in with, with, you know, just somebody that isn't that great, yeah, that's of course you will have to carry them. But yeah, getting through the Descent and getting through the Nemesis, I quite enjoy it. And it's all about kind of having a core understanding of the game, I feel. It is very much stripped back. It is very much the basics of the game. You have to understand those and execute on that. So yeah, if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below as it does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And for future videos, we're going to actually, we were going to do the macro video, but we'll shifted that one up because Envy was available. But yeah, that's going to be the next one. And also we'll likely, of course, be heading towards some April foolishness and maybe even as well that project that I've been kind of hinting at for a while now. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. But as always, have a good night. And that ending for those watching the streams, that was just for the video. A little long, but yeah, we just explained a lot of things. How long is the whole thing? Likely just under an hour, 52 minutes. No, that's not true. 56 minutes. Because I'm missing one of the files. Okay. Yeah, let's go back here. And then also, yeah, let me catch up on chat for a second. Because for those unaware, we're just recording video for the YouTubes. Realfigdoors.com. Indeed. Doors aren't real. Doors can't hurt you. No, they can't hurt. They can't. Turns out. Just can never care for the sound after the first month because the last few tries trying to matchmake for it. There was basically nobody matchmaking for it, and also solo the soundboard. The thing is, you can't matchmake for Descent in the same way that like matchmaking for like incursions and stuff is also like barely works. The thing is, especially Descent, there's like 2 distinct ways that people run it, and like if half of the people matchmade into it just want to do a Nemesis run, and half of it want to do a deep run, that just doesn't work out. Like nobody's gonna have a good time. That's why Descent matchmaking just doesn't work. LFG though, if you're interested in running it, like go into the Reddit Discord or the Abanja community Discords, and there's always some LFGs going around. But then in there, they can specify like we're going Nemesis run or we're going deep run. Because that matchmaking doesn't have that separation, nobody's matchmaking for Descent. Like it would be just a bad time. Like the only people that are matchmaking for Descent are people that just, you know, don't know Descent well enough. So that's also then going to be a bad time. But if you're looking for LFGs and stuff, there's always a bunch going around. I see plenty of people interested because also, yeah, a bunch of people have been becoming more interested in just collecting all of the blueprints and stuff. So I don't want to say solo it's boring. I don't mind it solo. It is definitely. I enjoy it a lot more in group setting, especially going deep. But Nemesis run, I can actually like testing from time to time that I can still do my Nemesis run solo, kind of. That I'm not just being carried. Although there, of course, actually, not the best example because I died once, but I'll blame just because I would generally like I wouldn't push into that position without blowing up that barrel. That was just a very poor play by me. But I was also I was talking and stuff. So. But yeah, if you're in the sun, there's plenty like LFGs and stuff. So that's the way to go for it because then you can coordinate. Just go like, hey, we're going Nemesis. Because also the thing is the picks are different, right? Like if you're going deep run, you're not going to care how quickly you do the Nemesis run. So you just pick mediums and hards and stuff just for the currency and boss rooms. But if you want to do a Nemesis run and like everybody else isn't, you're gonna have a bad time. Or the other way around. If you want to do a deep run, but everybody else leaves after Nemesis. Also, yeah, we're gonna actually get cleaned up here, and as the title says, we're gonna go spend some time in Div 1, actually.
Nice doing
And then
business with you.
later this evening, I'll stitch together that video. It'll be the video for tomorrow, which is it's actually kind of annoying, but yeah, I should have actually maybe gotten it before at the start of Envy. Okay. Yeah, let's quit out here. So we're gonna jump on over to Div 1. I'm gonna also change my categories to Div 1 while it loads up. Well, first I'm gonna make it load up. No, not that. Almost ended the YouTube stream by accident. Clancy's Dada Vision. Oh wait, what did I log out? Just so used that we're account swapping, but yeah, actually there I'm not account swapping. We're staying on the same account. Just force of habit. And then here as well. Okay, and let's load this up. While this is loading up, actually, let me put it here. I shared a lot of fun doing version matchmaking. I did all that was flawless on 10-minute time. Random matchmaking, which is fun in a weird way. Then you got much luckier than some of the people that I know. The thing is that in there as well, like if everybody loads in and nobody wants to be the healer and stuff, or nobody has the healer and stuff, like yeah, that's gonna because you've likely ran into those as well, right? Along the way. Because just matchmaking for Descent just is a non-starter basically. For like people that are into it. Let's load up here. Actually, once we load into the character. I'll go and have a quick run to the toilet and back, and then we'll go and actually level up this character, which is now like level 12 something. I've been leveling them up kind of lowly, but today and tomorrow actually we'll just do it on stream and level them up. Taking forever, of course. Yeah, a lot faster. I believe in you. Although there's always fast. There's always this long. That wasn't slower than normal. And yeah, I have of course all the credits and stuff, so we'll just blow through it. But while this is loading up, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. There we go. Mm. That one. No, not that one. This one. There we go. Also, I should have maybe said, because yeah, I would think maybe nowadays the matchmaking might be better for
Now entering a
incursion
safe area.
than like at the start. Because at the start, although well, like in the first like month or so, it was a lot of people just matchmaking and they had no idea about the mechanics and stuff. I would think nowadays people matchmaking for it might know the mechanics or have at least like watched the video, or there is someone in the group that kind of can like tell everybody what to do. That might help as well. She's a
It's standard procedure.
the one tech thing.
Personal.
Well, that's just D3 FNC. Yeah, no. I mean, actually, in the one there is a tech tank. It's just striker. You just tank with your face. A 9K striker. Which is actually what, yeah. So actually on this character, I have a few gear sets at the ready. Let's actually let me check. Did that break audio? No. I have a few gear sets at the ready for them already. So they'll have a 9K striker, 9K stamina striker. That's what I'm going for. Gonna try some weirdness with reclaimer. They'll get a deadeye and they'll get a pistol sentry call. That's the setup. I have kind of already all the gear for them. That's also why I kind of want to level them up now. So yeah, I think I was now up to, yeah, so, yeah. And I've actually, like, I'm almost level 13 already.
Anyone with past military
So,
Something ain't right. The
yeah, we
billboards.
can't fast travel there. Also, I have not all of the fast travel points or anything, but I've gone and gotten a bunch of the the ones through the DZs. Do I have it in there? Oh, there. Yeah. Huh, that's fine.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right. The bill.
agent. We have a serious.
So let's go and continue on where we left off. It's from its launch, I think February, when I got flawless nuclear for that season ended. So, all right. You had quite a different experience than me then. That's fine as well. Like that goes like that sometimes. But yeah, in general, like just yeah, unless everybody's on the same line,
Now
same
exiting the
for
safe area.
in there. But then maybe people were more in line for that one. But because yeah, in the sense, like unless they split it up into two, which would even fragment even more. Can we push this guy around? Dogs eat pigs.
Our number one priority is getting the Times Square power transformer back online before we
But
lose
yeah,
power
I'm
for the whole
decently geared
district.
and stuff for
But I
my
can walk you through
level
the
and
fix.
stuff. As we
I
just
think. I hope.
one of the things in Div 1 is currency is account wide,
First things first.
so we
We
can
need to
just buy
switch
from
off
the
the
shops.
power manually, and by we I mean you. Again, I know it's counterintuitive, but you gotta trust me on this.
So you should see this thing. One tap.
Asshole's got him.
Experiences, some people insist on doing hate strats. Oh yeah, that's also more like what I'm in here. Like even if the descent one kind of worked as a matchmaking, yeah, it would be just that, because aligning those four people,
Just flip the switch.
especially
I
now,
swear, that'll do it.
you know.
All right, power's down.
It'll be like,
Now you can work
you
on
know,
that
half the team is
transformer
going for
without getting
flawless and
fried.
half the team is just
Sorry,
going for
Rhodes,
quick
I need to
clear.
commandeer this mission. Before the CCTV
Like,
feed dropped,
half the
I
team
ID'd
is gonna be
bodies in that room
frustrated
as
in some way.
division agents. Agent, your other tasks are on hold until we figure out what
On
happened.
average.
Typical fucking Fred.
There's a police
But
substation.
yeah, my experience
nearby.
with
Sending you its
matchmaking,
location. You should have the
a
feed
little
from
bit
the
of
subway
incursion that I did. I
CCTV.
didn't do much of it, but it was just mostly
Be
like
careful out there.
there was
With all that gunfire drawing the Rikers' attention, you're
Maybe
gonna have
out
a
of
nice fat bullseye on your back.
10
They won't
tries.
pass
There
up a
was like
chance
2
at a
groups that
high-value
was
target
just,
like you.
you know, there was some communication.
Hostiles
There
detected.
was, like with one of them, it was 2 people from like the same clan. They work on comms with each other, and they were just taking the roles, and the rest was just damage dealers. That kind of work. But then the rest of it was just like trying to do tanker with just 3 others just running around, and not like holding
Additional
them.
hostiles detected.
Just interesting to say the least. Gotta get used to Div 1 shooting. Why should I just use this? Just like in 2. Marksman rifles are pretty good when you're leveling. Let's go. Grab the CCTV.
All right, I'm gonna search the footage for those
Footage.
agents. You're cleared to get back to getting the power online.
Buy one, get one free.
You
from
sure she's
Cody's.
done with you? Because it's not like what I'm working on is important or anything. What we need to get this up and running again is a working fuse box. Warrengate. That's the power
Priorities.
company. They sent a crew out to do some repairs, but those never got logged.
Important,
Which means they never
all
happened,
offers-
which means
officers
the parts,
must
like the box, are still sitting on that van.
Where
I got a rough fix on its location.
Something?
So if you're
Unreadable.
available,
Planning on having a sweet old time.
Oak. Yeah, we get to see a mechanic that luckily got removed.
Feels good to be free. Have a taste of this.
I refuse to have a taste of that. I was carrying a fuse box. There's a-
hope you lifted that
You
right.
can- you can
Throw out
only
your back toe on
walk
that thing. It's not like
and-
you can file for workman's comp.
You can only
What
use
you're
your
gonna do
pistol.
with that fuse box is plug it into the transformer. I'll ID the spot for you. And if we're lucky and all this works, Times Square is gonna light back up like it's full of tourists again.
I'm sure even my pistol is my level. Also, for some reason, the movement with this is so much more floaty than it is with that. I don't have to get all the way over there. Elsewhere, then they want to run the measurements, so it should be okay. Yes, went dangerous. Hey, yeah.
Have a taste of this.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even like go into matchmaking until like 2 or 3 weeks in. Well, that's why I didn't go into the incursion until 2 or 3 weeks in. Usually, when new content comes out, is at the start of the season, and usually I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. I remember that season as well, just upgrading all the other things, and then basically later on catching up with Mets back even drops it. Yeah.
Pleasure to kill you.
Just place it.
Heads up, people. Time to earn your place. useless. You're gonna pay. Take the shot. Come on, no letting up.
Those weak points quite often have more health than our red. There we go. And yeah, defend the area.
Unfortunately, this ain't a switch and run. You're gonna have to hold out there for a second and make sure everything powers up properly.
I'm sorry. It's an exposed position. The Rikers aren't stupid. They'll be coming for you. And after what you did on
Potential
the way in,
biohazard
they're gonna be
present.
out for blood.
Wait, we're getting Resident Evil as presents?
Warning. Hostiles detected.
Going in close. Let me finish this. Let me finish this.
Also, I actually have predatory on a lot of my weapons. One of the things we can use is just, we have that currency so we can just buy a weapon and just put predatory on it. Predatory makes it so much easier to go through the main campaign, but really you can't do it until
Additional hostiles detected.
like second character to just put it always on it. I always love this line of, we don't need no permission to kill. I mean, yeah, good for you, but I have permission to kill, so quite literally. The reticule was red and it didn't actually impact.
Don't need help from
Additional hostiles detected.
Also, I should use my sticky at my
Make no
pulse here.
mistake, we'll kill you.
Warning. Additional
Also, I
hostiles
should just go
detected.
for that double body shot. What's here? Street coming back to life.
Can't keep hiding here. Taste of this. Holy shit! This is our chance.
This is your chance.
Earn your place.
It's putting the sniper behind something, because that sniper hurts. I think there's two of them.
Hey, no weakness.
Got him. Won't be long now. Under there.
Earn your place. Get him out of that cover. Damn. Manning's down.
So RPG.
Arms away.
Don't think you're gonna win this.
I think I might win this one. He's dead.
You can't hide from us. Shit.
That's what I said. Wouldn't have minded
Hey, pigs don't belong here.
blinder sticky.
And we are back in business. The grid looks stable, and the lights are on. No one's shot out anyway.
It looks like Times Square again, and that's gonna mean something to a lot of people.
It's gonna mean something to someone. Not to me though. I don't give a shit. Wait, is this commercial for Virtuoso? Just boot up, break free. That side didn't reboot though. Nobody gives a F about that side apparently. And we're already level 13 as well. So I can catch up here for a sec.
Agent, we recovered some CCTV footage. Shows what
More
happened to
about
at least some of our
Using
colleagues in the first
range,
wave. Makes me more determined than ever.
Mark my words.
Unreal
It
isn't
ain't the
that
whole
much
story.
used. Like, some of the bigger games get made with it, but a lot of games are their own engine. But also, yeah, it's not like Unreal has a monopoly on good-looking graphics. Where did that go? Oh, yeah, Doshi. Evidence. What do we get? We got some agents.
Gotta call this one in and then. Oh shit.
Yeah. What noobs? They should have just, you know, done a Banshee pulse and then, and then you just tank the Rikers, kill the Rusher. Yeah. And one of the things I'm also doing, actually, I'm not picking up any of the pickups. You're leaving those for to become XP later on. I'll just go and grab them when I'm 30. So this zone is 14 to 15. So, because I've also already cleared up a lot of the.
I can't.
I haven't done any of the side missions much. Let's actually maybe go one of these.
Communications are being disrupted, and we need someone to reconnect the things which are being disconnected. Literally, as well as metaphorically. Seems to me like we can never really communicate with each other. But still, they'd like it fixed, so please.
Because I need to be 14 for the next mission I saw there. Because what I'll do as well, just to make it as easy as possible, is just we'll go and buy some fresh gear and stuff. And fresh weapons, level 14 ones. When we go for that mission. Hopefully they never move away from the server. They likely won't. Thing to remember actually what's like, because a lot of people put a lot of stock into engines for video games. They don't matter too much. The thing that really Snowdrop does for, you know, Massive is that they don't have to pay royalties to Unreal. That's really why you do that. If you have them, you just do a comparison of you go like, how much would it cost for us to make our own engine and support it and, you know, have the engineers for that and stuff versus what happens if we just buy our engine from Unreal. Thing is as well, actually, so there are some scummy sides to it as well where it is also a lock-in, so people are getting trained on Snowdrop. You're not training them on, you know, a thing that a skill set that they can just, you know, it's not valuable. Those people can't go and just, you know, work at EA or something directly. Will have to be. So there are some scummy sides of it like that, but partially, like, the main reason is always just like there is a point where it's just cheaper to just make your own engine than it is to use somebody else's. Do I remember this one? Not really. Level 15, anything, any reason for new character? Yeah, I kind of need more loadout slots. I've been meaning to fill up all 4. Like, I actually have some loadouts ready, actually, for them. Ready to go. But yeah, just have more loadout slots. And also, yeah, going from, with the dailies, going from 225 to 300.
Agent, you did it. If only all of our deepest desires could be met in such a simple exchange. Ask and receive.
Why can't I think of the
Wouldn't
name?
that be nice, Agent?
Division deck. Also, once every 2 weeks, we get 400 instead of 300 from those drops. Am I 14? I'm not 14. I mean, virus research we can definitely do. That gives 11k.
Now in 2000.
28. I have the safe house already unlocked. Oh yeah, let's go do this virus one, because that doesn't require any combat at all usually. Or minor. Once we're 14, we'll go in. At the very least, grab some level appropriate weapons. You know, stuff like comms and stuff, I'm just leaving. Need a quick. No, I'm specifically not trying to boost. I want to actually do it the slow way. And just enjoy the journey. Unless I buy the one on
Dispatch to all
any of my
field
other
ops.
accounts.
Priority 1.
It's unlikely.
Dr. Candle is requesting
I'll stick to one
virological
account.
scans of the quarantine
Wait, where's
zone
the-
on West 47th.
Am I missing the entrance? Okay. Unless I buy it on any of my other accounts, this will likely be the last run through of the one. Where are you guiding me? Oh, okay. I get it. I didn't see that. Like that was.
Warning. Now entering a
Yeah, let's
contaminated
go
area.
puzzle this out.
Alert. Contamination scan initiated.
1 out of 4. Oh, this is this one. Or is it this one? No, I don't think it's that one. Oh, no, actually, yeah. No.
Exit. Alert. Contamination scan initiated.
It's not going to be another one inside, right? Wants me to go that way. Yeah. One of the things they should have done is just make pulse
Warning.
go up
Readings
those
indicate
items.
this area is contaminated.
I know, I'll loot this with me. Never come back around here again. Likely. That's number 3.
Alert. Contamination scan initiated.
Can I go up? I can't go up. So what's in here? Stuff. Stuff.
Alert. Contamination scan initiated. Now leaving the contaminated area.
Now contaminating areas which were not contaminated before. Apparently that isn't covered. Alright. Let's send some data.
I'll get this data to Dr. Candle ASAP. Nice work.
Oh, is that the big box was just inside only? Am I 14? I am 14. Is it this 14, right?
Our main
Amherst, yeah.
suspect, we've located his residence at this apartment complex in
Let's
Hell's
take
Kitchen.
it back
You'll need to
to
get
budget of operations and run through there.
secure anything which confirms a link, notebooks, hard drives, whatever you can find. But there's still civilians in there, and that means the cleaners are on their way to sterilize the place. If Amherst's not the guy, I'll eat my centrifuge. His work has got to be your first priority. We can't just leave those civilians, Doctor.
Now I'm just not
If we
gonna
don't
find the
get this
evidence.
virus
I just
figured
want
out,
to see
there won't be
Kendall
any
eat
civilians
a
left
centrifuge.
safe.
You don't need it. You're gonna be a lot safer here than out there. What kind of training do you people have? Look, I'm not sure where you're trying to get at. I'm telling you, we have a place for you to sleep and we have security. I just want to make sure my family isn't exposed to any predators. Do you screen people before you let them in here?
Actually, I should clear out my inventory first. Well, actually, I should just deconstruct it. Just get some green and blue stuff. It's meaning that, yeah, we haven't reached the point where the vendor is fully blue. I was hoping that would be the case, actually, by now.
Emergency services notification. Visiting hours at the clinic have been restricted to 1,200 to 1,400 hours.
Actually, we're not gonna sell anything, because it's not worth anything. I pressed the buttons I would in Division 2, and that did not do the thing that it does in Division 2, of course.
We got a hell of a selection.
Sure. Don't think I need that in there, but
Hey, you want something else? You let me know.
I will. Actually see, because I do have the supply vendor, right? If you're noticing, this supply vendor has actually some items sometimes that I don't have yet. It seems to be something different sub-level 30 than it is at above that.
Hey, anything you look, you're gonna like what you see.
Yeah, I do like what I see. Guess we'll take that. I'll take that.
Come back soon.
That'll be our 2 weapons. Then
Here for the streets, right here.
wait, that's that's set up as reflex sight, this thing? That's weird. I was expecting something else with that name. I know that we need to actually like go this deep into gearing and stuff, but might as well. What was that mission actually? I mean, yeah, it's gonna be electronics, right? What this thing?
Rhodes really wants to know what happened to his comms team.
Because we can buy the upgrades. Actually, so let's buy this one.
Yep. This should do nicely. Good work, Agent.
Yeah, well, you can't skip these. It just takes you out of the menu, so I just try to finish and then stay in it. Mostly because, yeah, I want Seeker mods and I want the blinder sticky.
If we had backup, I'd send it to you, obviously. Right now, we have to focus on getting the sector back. People are depending on us.
So we still don't have recalibration in here, but we have it in the terminal.
Damn, this is a good one. Field team for emergency infrastructure repairs. We needed that bad. Generators. I love me some generators. Gonna make this place more stable. Give us some extra
Loves
power.
them some generators.
Thanks, Agent.
Actually, is there anything I can craft at this level? Sometimes you can craft pretty decent stuff at certain levels. It's like at 24 we can craft that purple one, which does a lot of other stuff. Could grab a magnum there. Do I want to take the time to actually fix up my gear as well? I don't remember which ones are gear vendors, but let's actually jump around for a second and just get like 1 or 2 pieces. I'll likely need like a little bit of a beast to actually be able to trigger predatory. This one's a weapon one.
Another time.
Actually, this will have both, right? So we'll level up here for a little bit longer and then... Because this will last us till 16 once we have these.
Hey, take a look at what I got for you.
Like 2
It's a sale.
blue ones of those.
Sorry, I'm not feeling real glib at the moment. So I went uptown. Decided to have a look for myself at this dark zone. What I have to report,
Whatever you're looking for, I got it.
I saw it with my own eyes. First off, the wall is still there. It's gotten bigger. There's now continuous.
Also a
Wonder if
backpack.
there's more division agents at the
I already have a backpack.
You're my friend. Nope.
Yeah, don't care enough. Actually, the skill power is much better, right? I don't have it right.
Decontaminate all gear and shower before leaving the clinic.
Let's jump to a few of these. Let's get some. Play that never finished yet. Still need to beat it. Well, no better time than right now.
Prices in New York.
There is
I've got it.
nowadays as well. They fixed up
Oh well.
the global events, so those are available again. Next week, a global event starts. That's also why I want to get this character up and running by that time, just to have them ready for that.
Best gear.
But yeah, I've been actually poking into Div 1 here and there. It's just all backpacks. Oops, all backpacks. On the vendors. Let's take it like that, and then we'll, whatever we have by the time we reach this safe house is what we'll have.
Best prices. Anything catch your eye?
I need a lot of stamina, so not the worst choice. Especially having level appropriate gear helps quite a bit with just having extra armor,
Hey, what you looking for?
feeling less squishy.
I'm sorry you didn't see anything.
I too am sorry that I didn't see anything. But it's actually pretty active and stuff still, so well worth dropping into it.
Come and take. I only sell the best.
Mask again. I'll keep that one. Well, actually, we need to jump to the terminal before we actually go do this mission. Because I also want predatory on these 2 weapons for the next 2 levels. Rekill. And also hopefully we have enough stats to trigger it. And there we don't, but oh wow. Yeah, we need a lot more. So because a little time spent here helps with the frustration later. Mask and all. How much do I need? Oh, 141. Okay. Mask and also be flipped. How should I need? Why does it always show the other one? Oh, I need literally one more stamina. So maybe we can just get that by, yeah, getting a 56 or above. Yeah. Exactly. Or we could have bought like one more of those mats. Okay, let's put it on the. Would you not want to give it to me? This is the downside as well of this recalibration system. It's just at least this just eats credits, which like and weapon kits, but weapon kits don't matter. Oh, I would even take sustained. Just give me one of the two. But that's the handy things when you're doing it on a second character, because that would cost way too much on a first run through. Take what you need. Okay, I'll take the vendor.
Hey, you know you want to take a look.
Can I put the vendor in my backpack? I need him.
Our main suspect? We've located his residence at this apartment complex in Hell's Kitchen. You'll need to get inside and secure anything which confirms a link. Notebooks, hard drives, whatever you can find. But there's still civilians in there, and that means the cleaners are on their way to sterilize the place. If Amherst's not the guy, I'll eat my centrifuge. His work has got to be your first priority. We can't just leave those civilians, Doctor. If we don't get this virus figured out, there won't be any civilians left to save.
Barely trading. Yeah. Cause yeah, we have flashbang sticky now. Get the marks off of it. There's more perks. Yes, I know I got these perks. I bought them myself. Clean it. Yeah, let's go do Amherst, and then likely after Amherst we need to do a bunch of activities to get to. So likely put us deep into 14, maybe even 15. Because then 16 is this, right? I'm guessing.
That's a first wave agent's distress beacon.
Oh, I don't have these two safe houses yet. Although actually, yeah, that makes sense because
That's a first wave agent.
they're pretty far out there. We'll make the run to them.
Nice job.
It's
You got a job to do.
so much easier to fight some cleaners in here than it is to
Cover me.
fight some LMG. I was about to say White Tusk. They're basically White Tusk. Although, well, it's more White Tusk is basically them.
Let's take care of business. Let me do my job.
No. I won't let you do your job. You're fired.
Hey, is that way clear?
They haven't burned the place down yet, thank God. I've
love to talk to one of these cleaners sometime, partially to find out what makes them tick, and partially to strangle him slowly while he told me.
Grenade out!
Oak.
Please! We're not sick! Please!
I.
Get away from him!
This guy's not the smartest, is he? Sir? I'm back here. It must be hard to see in that suit, right? We'll give him that benefit of the doubt.
Found Amherst's apartment. It's across the courtyard. But it looks like the direct route is blocked. You'll have to find another way there.
Oh God, no, no! You animals! You animals!
How did you get in? Are they gone?
Come on, let's get out. Hurry!
We'll send someone out
You
to round
guys
up any
get out.
survivors and get them back here safely. You're clearing a path for them, so just keep going.
I'm not sick. I'm not your enemy. What the hell are you doing?
That guy still dies, even if you try to save him like that. Has a heart attack. Sudden and inevitable heart attack.
Fire in the hole! Setting up the turret. Need cover. Gas grenade going off.
Oof.
Gas grenade out.
This thing isn't my favorite, but it still
The
works.
apartment is upstairs. If Amherst is the author of the virus, he must have left some evidence. People like that don't destroy the proof of what they've done.
Making a lot of assumptions there. Especially assumptions that I have to go and, like, kill people. Are we sure about this, Faye?
Have a look around. It might have been looted, but whoever was in there probably wasn't looking for documents or hard drives.
And if you get lucky and find
Oh,
Amherst
it's
there,
not this, right? It's upstairs.
bring him in so I can ask a few.
We won't get that lucky. We never do.
Well, I can dream.
Level 30. Oh, yeah. I mean, kind of end in the same way as Div 2. Like, the end game is the real game. Anyway, to boost cartons in one, yeah, you can just a level alongside of a level 30, basically. They just carry you through. I think you can't even repeat missions.
I hope you
and stuff.
found what we're looking for. It's high priority, so I routed an extraction chopper for you. But you'll have to secure the rooftop before it can touch down. Don't play with fire.
Because also, I
Get the
think in
evidence
here
back
there isn't,
safely.
like, you know, once you're 30, you're 30. Even if you haven't done the missions and stuff. You won't have all of the unlocks. Until you kind of finish that route, but
This should do it.
you can just always, of
Keep it
course,
up, Agent.
go back and
We
get
need
them
that
done
rooftop cleared so we can pull the evidence out.
afterwards. Also here, I want to actually just one last time go through the story.
Normally, this chopper is for pickups from the
I
dark
never,
zone only, pulling out
while
highly
playing Div 1, I
contaminated
don't think I
material.
realized
But for the current op,
that
we'll make an
the
exception.
M44 is actually like it has the clip reload in Div 1 as well, actually on the 5 shots.
Lighthouse, this is Bluebird 2. Ready to retrieve the package.
For a second there, I thought it said White House. I was like, what? What? No, Lighthouse.
Lighthouse, this is Bluebird 2. Package acquired and we are returning to base. Bluebird 2 out.
How did I swap over an error? Hey, we kill. Is your first name Ro? Or Joe? I mean, Ro. Ro joking. Yes. He was about to spew
The chopper with
about.
the evidence is inbound on HQ. I know we took civilian losses, but there would have been a lot more if you hadn't been there. Excellent work, Agent.
I mean, yeah, actually, Joe Rogan would be a cleaner, right? In the if the apocalypse happened, he wouldn't be on the side of the good guys likely. Am I? Oh, I'm almost 50. Okay, so let's go do all these. So what's better, actually? So these things are better, right? But they take longer.
In 94, we were supposed to get some city funding to fix the streets.
28.
That money disappeared. And 2 weeks. Now in 2009.
Because this is like kind of super fast. So is that. Also, actually, I want to unlock all of these just to get all of the unlocks as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna go for these two and then go. Let me like that side mission and then.
Amherst's notes were definitely a game changer. Such a schmuck. I always knew he was a shithead. I uploaded a report on it. Have a look.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Let's have a look. Spells from my snare in the water. Nice customer 44. There was.
What you're looking at is the smallpox virus.
Yeah, the DZ loot is so
It
much
normally
better.
takes 1 to 2 weeks
then
for
it
it
is
to
empty.
incubate in a host, and it's not contagious while it's doing so. Looking at Amherst's notes, it's clear he wanted to change that, to make green poison infectious while it developed, and to speed up that incubation process to make it spread faster. In English, it's more contagious and it reproduces faster. And that's bad.
Oh wait, I thought that was good.
Only Paranoid Pyro Radio podcast in the tri-state area.
Yeah, let's go for that.
Which is nice.
Encounters and stuff.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
Because also, yeah, I want to have all the points unlocked and stuff.
Gotta be something better than this.
All units be advised, Rikers have set up a roadblock on West 47th and 9th.
Just a short stop on a long trip.
You turn bad! Blast them! Lock and load! Hit him in the
And the one definitely just like throws a lot more enemies at you consistently. Also, you don't get to be as powerful early. But I feel Div 2, mostly that's also down to the branch rebalances and stuff with Gear 2.0. Because they're going into Gear 2.0, they changed the balance of a lot of gear, especially the brand bonus became much more than they used to be.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
Some of the times, the one you have to kind of
Hostile forces approaching.
tap fire like that. Oh, they're moving there. It's not where it sounded they were coming from. Oh, that's why actually the better tool is this.
I killed four.
What? Oh. Did he not come out of the door? Okay. Sir? Could I entice you in exiting? No? Screw you, game. I left the zone for too long. I forgot that that's a thing. That guy won by getting me out of the zone. The AI beats me. I think it resets if I go back to, combat as well. That's why wouldn't I be? Did you guys murder me? Yeah. Thank you. That will definitely reset it. I forgot that was a thing. That could happen.
Holy shit!
Let's this time not forget that that is a thing that can happen, and then hopefully also that guy comes out. Although the thing is, if he's still in there, one thing I can do is just leave him and he'll eventually despawn. Okay, this time though, these two killed me last time, so taking my revenge even though I wanted them to kill me. So, all of those things we did, let's do them again.
Strikers have set up a roadblock on West 47th and 9th.
Now, is it? Don't take no shit. You ain't. Get off our turf. Hey, no weakness. What the hell?
These guys aren't even part of this, I think.
It's a piece of cake. I can afford like you in my sleep.
GTF reinforcements requested.
That's what we did wrong. I'm playing on PC. And it wants me to use console.
Approaching.
We're with you. Don't need no permission to kill.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
There's some cleaners in the back there for some reason.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
That spawns them pretty close on this one. It's also, this zone is so tiny. But also, yeah, that enemy not coming out was just the thing.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
I'm gonna waste you.
We're gonna have to stay on the orange thing on the minimap.
I'm gonna waste you. Throw him out. Nearly finished. Here it comes.
It even hits me that harder. Ah, really? Okay. It was a little bit too haphazard, apparently. They likely scaled to 15 as well once I reached 15. Do I admit defeat or do I...
You are now entering a safe area.
Yeah, no, let's go get it done.
Warning, now leaving the safe area.
Is it true? I love it. But was hitting me that hard? There was no sniper in that back. Didn't look like. Take 3.
All units be advised, Rikers have set up a roadblock on West
Sure, grab
47th.
that now.
Get off my turf! You better pull that. He's dead! Keep the pressure on him! Make no mistake! We'll. That ain't much of a contest now, is it? Make no mistake! We'll kill you! He's fucked!
In 1 second, let me reload this whole thing. And then poke you in the face with it. Also, seeing if there's any ammo with any of these. No.
GTF reinforcements requested.
Is there like a high ground I could take anywhere here?
Warning, hostile forces approaching.
Not really. So you know what I'm gonna do actually? I'm just gonna stay back a little further and just. There as well, I get surrounded.
Warning, hostile forces approaching.
That's not very useful.
That should kill you. Those fuckers are killing us.
Warning, hostile forces approaching.
We're with you! We got this!
Spoiler warning. He does not got this.
Watch my back! We got you!
Apparently, the lights on that police car are bulletproof. Seems like a waste of taxpayer money.
I love to kill pigs.
Warning, hostile forces approaching.
It's a little too specific.
Not so chance. Not even breaking a sweat here.
Is there even a sniper in this? Or is it just because they're buffed because of that guy that they hit so in trouble?
This was just a matter of time. Not so chance.
So also, I died on the last wave there.
You ain't. Show no mercy. Killed him.
Oh, I should check the.
Thanks for clearing the road, so to speak.
Well, I will do that at 16. I have also all the DZ vendors and stuff. I also have specifically kind of leveled a little bit in DZ, so I can buy from them. So I should show that. Right. Because I'm rank 16. So should be able to buy some stuff from them as well. Also, let me catch you. Back then. Oh, that was a dumb death, that second one. The first fail though, that's just. I've done that more often, and it's always just never feels like it's my fault, which you don't want your player ever to feel. They should have just made those zones much bigger, and they did in Diffty. Or well, they basically removed that kind of stuff. Of just like, you need to be in this area to defend this area, which is actually. Do I though? Do I really?
Be
feel I can defend it from.
Stealing and stolen arms on West 46th. We need to recover that ordnance.
You don't belong here.
Well, yeah, it's kind of the point. I'm interrupting your fight here.
GTF reinforcements requested. Warning, incoming hostiles. Warning, hostile forces approaching.
Here it goes.
Warning, improvised explosive devices. Warning, hostile forces approaching.
We got your backs.
Alert, explosive device detected.
Make no mistake, we'll kill you.
Warning, hostile forces approaching.
We got your backs.
Alert,
Hostile
explosive
horses
device detected.
is always approaching.
You can't last much longer. Don't need no permission to kill.
Very hostile horses.
Heads up, I'm tossing it. For me? Fuck. You're gonna pay.
Oh, is that it? Sometimes as well, you can clear the waves before the timer runs out, which just is a little bit silly. Where are those guys? Actually, I think they're fighting that guy.
Thank you for that, Agent. We can take it from here.
Yeah, let's go
Now, in
get
2009, we lost cell phone coverage for the whole neighborhood because a pack of kids from over Kips Bay Way came in and threw a bunch of sneakers up on the cell tower. I know, right? A total waste of good shoes. But now we've got someone else doing the same thing. Well, not with the shoes, but they are messing with the communications array. We can't have that sort of thing. Not around here.
I mean, it's nice and all that you can't have that sort of thing, but you do have that sort of thing. It's literally happens. Good luck with that. Cleaners on that side.
Buddy, you're not gonna see tomorrow.
Neither are you. This man is feeling so using menu. Ah, nice. Getting some upgrades. Kind of looking at doing some upgrades maybe as well in the summer. Although mostly just video card. This 1080 I'm running is
Let's go. You and me. Just how I like it.
is due an upgrade. We're going up. Going up. Going up.
Can't see. Target.
Sniper fight.
Make this quick.
Okay. Where do I go? That's this, but I can't jump this, right? Around, I'm guessing, in some way. Seems like the way. Yeah. Okay. And jump down. Okay. As all of these are just small puzzles.
Looks like you did it. You're coming in loud and clear. Hey, think you could do something about the trash pickup next? No? Forget I said anything.
Can I pass her all to
Holy
these now?
shit!
Yeah, let's especially make sure we clear out all the encounters in a zone before we move on.
Hey, yo, let's make a deal.
So where am I headed? This way. JTF support.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
Warning, you are breaking your shins. Yeah. Good GPU for now, putting to a 9800 X3D, nice. Yeah, gonna get a new CPU in. Yeah, my CPU and stuff is much more up to date than my GPU at this point. A bunch of it failed like 2 years ago, so I did an upgrade to like basically power supply went and took everything with it, kind of motherboard and everything, so kind of did all those new. But yeah, at that point, I didn't also have the funds to do GPU as well. Though as well, 1080 was just like still doing fine, and still doing fine actually. But yeah, I wouldn't mind actually some more power there.
Without you, we'd have been dead. Hopefully that'll make them think twice about hitting the next JTF patrol they see.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
We've got incoming.
Oh yeah, this. A lot of it is transferable. This game definitely is a lot more punishing. Especially as well, like things like Healthgate and stuff aren't in here. Stuff that we kind of rely on into.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
We've got incoming.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
We've got incoming.
Bunch of low life.
The Wiggles.
You got him.
Just wiggled his head out of the way just in time.
Don't let up.
Oh. Trying to get the sniper. Don't stand up in front of them. That scope flare is just so much just kind of hard to even make sense over the enemies.
Thank you. Knew we could count on you.
To get the signal back up.
So this one, and then that one, and then if we needed that one. Also, yeah, once we're level 16, we'll go around and get some level 16 gear. And then go get set up and likely finish up that mission, and that might be it for me for afternoon. Because I do need to still do some work stuff. Not much, but...
Cry all you want.
And we will mostly gear checking the few. You can be a skill player with purple build on heroic. Can't mention you same day one. I mean, you can. Like in both of them, killing faster makes it more consistent, but doesn't per se like make it easy. And if you do as well, you can get over like go up against too much and just kind of land on your back. Because also actually in Div 2 you have more, like gear is actually a lot more of the total than it is here. One of the things with Div 1 though, there's like the clutter in the streets like has a purpose in Div 2. Like there, the whole, like from here to there was nothing I could use for cover, and I wanted to fall back just to not be. So these were just 2 patrols. Some of it, you know. Anyways, I never feel bad about missing some of it. I stream a bunch, so there's always the VODs channel if you actually want to catch everything, but yeah, it's also not for sale. Oh yeah, this is I remember this being heavy as the boss. Yeah, I can kill the rest quickly. Well, we can shoot. Oh, that's not solid. Okay. Trying to get that backpack thing. Nah, that's coming. Sure. No, this one isn't the side mission, right? So we can't respawn right here now. We'll have to start from the start. I thought that those bushes in the middle and stuff, that was... that they can shoot
entering a safe area.
I was mistaken. I was
You are now leaving
thinking
the
of
safe
just
area.
kiting him around that. I've also, yeah, let's go get. It's always also annoying. It doesn't respawn you with full net packs and stuff. You have to actually grab this to have full net packs again. Because I will fight them and just kind of kite them out of there. Especially that heavy as well. If we can flashbang him and then get this backpack, then whole nother patrol in the way.
Get off my turf!
Also, maybe getting just level 15 version of my weapon might be might be helpful, but
Let me think. That ain't much of a contest now, is it? Show me you got a clean shot. These are bad. Not even breaking a sweat here.
oh, does this spawn a second wave or something? Because what was that shotgunner who was impulsed?
Make no mistake. We'll kill. He's down. Another chance.
Let's kill the rest. Deal with this guy like a nemesis. Where's the other guy? Oh, there. Especially if he's just standing still.
Only a matter of time. Get down! I'm throwing a grenade. Only a matter of time. Go fuck yourself!
Why do you turn around like? You can turn around.
Only a matter of time. Heads up! Gonna take him out.
Why doesn't none of those hit? Let's wait for the flashback.
Go fuck yourself!
What? Half of those shots I was behind cover by that point. I feel some of those shots should hit that back. Oh, okay. Didn't stagger him out of it? Heavies always suck while leveling. Not so bad once you reach end game.
Well, you got that one.
Weapons will have a little bit more
Can't let the
accuracy and
Rikers take
stuff.
over the city.
Yeah, closed, indeed.
To get the
Let's go get that one. I can't actually see the XP amounts, right? That's annoying. These bosses are tough, yeah. They just take a while. But also, yeah, the hitbox of those things, they made it so in Div 2 the backpack itself doesn't have a hitbox. So when you shoot the spot of the backpack, like the weak point, you're just shooting through the backpack. Kind of makes sense as well because, you know, we're shooting like some 5.56 ammo at it, like that would go through it. Man, we got through it. The danger is once you reach level 30, they're much more aggressive when you're leveling up.
Be advised.
Wouldn't say they're
a cache of stolen medical supplies at a
more
parking lot near West
aggressive.
53rd. I need someone to recover those.
I find them to be more aggressive, like
A little
at
help
Endgame.
finding those supplies, maybe.
Especially like heroic or not heroic, challenging. Oh, yay! My favorite.
Not for him. Would he want you to just lie there like a sitting duck? No.
These guys shoot towards me, then these guys actually get triggered. Actually, can I mod a weapon while we're in here? Let's put at least an extended mag in it. Because though that, for instance, for these kind of stuff, they have waypoints set that can sometimes make them push pretty hard. Because here as well, they'll keep kind of just pushing towards, you know, that box. What is that? This with my second character, that's well worth getting those in. This is gonna be my fourth character on this account, but I'll likely keep it to one account for that one. Not gonna go with multiple. Where is that? Oh, there. As I get in Div 2. But I want them up and set up for the upcoming global events. Also, I should just have builds ready for them even as well. So. Plantedness. Level 30 is more manageable. You don't need melted as fast. Well, it's more just you have gear there. Like here, we're not geared to the same degree. Because also, yeah, at end game you would. But yeah, we're generally going into these stuff with like, you know, fully geared up, fully talented. That makes it go a lot faster. There's no way around the other side, so I'll just go through here. I'm not grabbing any of the pickups. I'm keeping those for later. And now we just walk back. Because one of the things they do with this is, yeah, they'll put like pickups like that, comms, so that, you know, you can pick up the comm and kind of like just listen to it while you're doing this at least. If I have to go slow, everybody has to go slow. No tires for anyone. And the one, no, also those are some.
Thank you. These meds are gonna help a lot of sick people.
To get the signal back.
Am I 16? No. So let's go get this way.
In '94, we were supposed to get some city funding to fix the streets. That money disappeared, and 2 weeks later, the mayor's limo popped its axle in one of our fine potholes. We just had a supply drop go missing too, but the good news is that some of the fellas from O'Hurley's found it. They're just not having a lot of luck bringing it in.
T-shirts, gifts, textile. Oh well, fabric. As you're going through here is likely faster. Might as well as I grab these along the way. For some conversions later.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Right on top of it. Where are these incoming hostiles? Are these incoming hostiles in the room with us, Isaac? Is it them?
Warning. Supplies taking fire.
Wait, is it? Oh, it's a different one. Oh. Good damn.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
That away. These are back. Going for the D3 build for PV. Yeah, nice. Yeah, looking forward to is the 3 part of the next one? I don't remember. Predator Mark was one of the ones in there. Looking forward to fixing up my Predator Mark build that I have. Actually, yeah, D3 was a part of it as well, right?
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
But yeah, the global events being back makes it so much more doable to actually get a classified set together.
Warning. Supplies taking fire.
With this classified as well, or with this last global event as well, that's the get to fix up a few striker sets. Actually, now as well, each of my characters has a striker.
Well,
even though it's
that's some proper work.
Even though
a lot
it's
of sick and
kind of
hungry people will be feeling better because of you.
different ones per character, kind of. So, deconstruct these. So these can go. Anyway, definitely get 16 there. But oh, I think I was floating for a sec. I do want to actually deconstruct some of these stuff just to have some green parts for. Although you can always drop your world here if you really need them, just for the conversion objectives. So we're 16, so we're high enough for here. Oh, we still need to even make the run to the safe house there. Oh, could have also been in here, actually.
I'm not recognizing this signal.
That's a first wave agent's distress beat.
Then we can also do it after, because we can just go to the mission. So here, we didn't check this safe house. Let's actually go check this safe house, what it has. I remember where the backpack was and stuff, so. Oh, also we're doing 3 persons today.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Yeah. Although that was my mistake. I took the I didn't look well. The indicator was kind of close to where that close by objective was, but yeah, it was actually in the back. So oh, that was on me. It was okay. We've reached the point where blue gear is here, so but yeah, let's take. Actually, so for now, just
Another satisfied customer.
full set of purple at my level, or blue. I mean, so we'll jump to a few places and see if we can get anything better, because yeah, a bunch of my gear there was still like 12. So I should deconstruct the rest. So only really go to this and then the other gear vendor, which I kind of forgot where it was now.
Law is in effect. For your own safety, stay in your homes. Evacuation has been suspended
Which is going next? Strike, if I remember right. Let's move doing more than one character in the one, just mule. So all of those dailies and stuff, you can do them multiple times. Kind of same as Div 2. But then here especially as well for the Div Tech and stuff. Instead of getting like 75 from a daily. But it's like you can do the dailies in like 10 minutes. And even like doing 4 of them in like 40 minutes, that's still.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
Because I've been just logging in here and there on the days and then just getting some of those. And then also those, the ones that 100 every 2 weeks. Yeah, 400 now. For next week as well, I'll be able to do on the start of the week, basically 4 times the high value targets thing.
Don't be a stranger.
So instead of doing it, 2 times or 3 times, I'll be able to do it 4 times. And then as well, when it resets again as well. So there's benefits to having the 4 characters. Wait, no, so that one's the weapon. So this one must be the gear. Storage, also, also, yeah, loadouts as well. I wanted more loadouts to try out more builds. I missed the looter part. So the gear focus, I was hoping to get more loot opportunities. Because as well, yeah, you can just like have somebody boost you through if you just need the character slot. You don't need to per se do it in the way I'm doing it here.
I should give you one of them frequent buyer cards.
You should. Does that get me discounts? So let's just buy 5 of these. And everything else gets to go.
Hey, you need a little something?
That should also, yeah, it should be more. No, I should likely need one more step. Let's take it to here and get weapons, and then we'll go to the mission with level appropriate gear. A lot in there, yeah.
How was my new?
Oh yeah, the one is definitely a lot more stingy with the loot. Also, yeah, the loot systems aren't as well thought out as with.
When you're ready to buy, I'll be here.
You know, I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in that guy over there. Also, actually, we did do a mission. Where's that showing? Oh, here. So yeah, we should go upgrade the medical wing.
Can't beat these. I've got great deals for you.
Hey, purple weapons, nice. Actually. So actually for a second check what the other vendor has.
I've got it. Come back when you're
Just
house.
take. Oh, fresh meds.
Can't talk right now. Keep up the good work.
Actually, some of these are pretty cheap as well, right? Actually, this one's deadly. Because I could actually even buy. Because I have enough rank there. I would actually take this. So I don't have knee pads.
Keep your head in the game. Hey, you gotta see this.
I have a pistol only.
Hey, maybe I'll see you again.
What kind of training do you people?
This was a crit damage back.
Not sure where you're trying to get.
Guess we'll just take either the RPK or the other thing. Just something for. I'll take this.
I need more cup. Hey, take a look at what I got for you.
Actually, let's take just the max size. No, I should have bought 3 actually. There we go. That'll make running through the mission much easier. Yeah, let's start moving towards it.
From a first wave
Oh, no, I need
agent's
recalibration
transponder
still.
located in the main building of the New York Police Academy. Anytime
Oh, that
a
makes
shade
me
text
too hard,
signal
yeah.
pops up, we check it out. And if the agent attached to it is still alive, that'll be a nice bonus.
Of
course, odds are the agent's dead. But anything you can learn about how that tech
Definitely
got
help a lot.
there
Yeah,
and what
it was kind
happened
of
to the
hard to
agent
actually
wearing
just
it
even
gets
get
us that much closer to understanding
a
what
full
went
set
wrong.
of glass. I just there's so much randomness and stuff that yeah. Without the global events, it would have been hell. It kind of was. I don't want predatory. It's gonna have done 369. Yeah, just give it to me. I have credits to waste, so it's not too bad. Just rotate this a few times just for randomness. This feels like it should have like 4 more slots or something. Almost. Too big for him. Really doesn't give it to me. Lot fluid, every corners are loot potential, but seeing the credits are shared would be much more easier to do another character. Yeah, that helps quite a lot. As you can see here. Because we can have the talents that we want to have and stuff. And there, we'll also need to recalibrate some of our gear to actually give us the options for it. Also, yeah, you can get carried by other people and stuff. I'm just grabbing some of the random talents here, just till we get the one we're after. Smart thing to do is actually buy multiple of these and then re-roll them first, and then like, because that would be much cheaper, but we don't care. Now I need, so how much do I need? 369, so no, okay, so we need, let's take our stamina. How much is up at now? Alright, so we need 1 more stamina. Now we need 1, 2. Already has that. Oh, we don't have enough for accurate anymore. That's fine though. If I had some if I actually had firearm mods instead of the ones I have at outside. Okay. Got purple gear and stuff. The game is definitely not set up to require that of us, so let's jump in. So we can get rid of that. Yeah, without targeted loot, which basically that's what the global events are in the one.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe
I was
area.
stuck on, like, I had some gear from before. But also, actually, I didn't partake too much in global events, like, back in the day. We had some from before, but then, yeah, I was doing a lot of names and stuff, the named runs, and here and there getting some pieces, but yeah, it was just piecemeal. Survival game PvE? No, it's not. Actually, I need to jump into survival at some point as well. I'm gonna get acquainted with it. I haven't played much of it at all.
Gonna fucking take this city.
Trying to fight it. That's so fun. Oh yeah, just fight like those can be quite fun. This actually put me at the entry, like, yeah, it's gonna.
This is about taking the Rikers out at the knees. There's no one who
Not
can
doing
replace
this mission
Lorraine Barrett.
yet.
She's the one who organized the
I'll be
escape
back
to
for it in a
Manhattan.
minute.
They're holding 3 of my people there. If
Does
you
this
can
actually
get
allow
them
me
out
to
before
fast
blowing
travel
the
to
lid
this
off,
now?
I'd be grateful.
All right. Get them
Hey,
out first, but don't jeopardize the
because
mission.
normally you
We're
just
going in
need
on your
to
heels. The
complete
jailbreak
it,
ends
but actually,
here.
okay, so in this one, it's just having triggered it, it already gives me the ability to fast travel there. With a good PvP build, yeah. There's a lot of like old guides for those kind of things. Because also, yeah, on the PvP and on this, I have no idea actually.
Such a kind soul.
Although I've seen a lot of
Nobody
Striker
needs to shoot anybody here.
stacks in the few last stands and stuff that I've done.
We're picking up a signal from inside the academy.
Let's go
Shade
finish
tech.
up this mission
First
and then
wave
likely
agent signal
we'll
ID, and it's still
end it off
broadcasting.
there for the afternoon, and I'll go do some work stuff, eat something, do some groceries, and then we'll be back at it in the evening. Although in the evening, yeah, we're just gonna work first on the rifle table and then follow that up with some Division 1. Because also, yeah, Sunday I'll be away. Oh yeah, I need to enter everything. Sunday I'll be away, so actually, so this evening if we do rifles, tomorrow if we do shotguns, and in the evening we do
Morning. Hostiles incoming.
pistols, then all of the DPS tables are up to date, and then the build collection and the build collection and the DPS tables are all up to date, and the guides as well. So, then basically our chores are done for now. One thing I might want to make next week
LMG on
is
site. Sounds fishy.
maybe make a DPS table
See if you can find that missing agent, but be
for
careful.
Division
No
1
way
weapons.
this isn't a setup.
Division 1 weapons are kind of weird. There's an extra modifier that is just tied to the weapon and is a fixed number, which just increases your firearm stats. So some weapons will do better if your firearms is low. Some weapons will do better if your firearms is high. And we kind of need to exit on that side. But likely we'll just take, you know, we'll deal with that as if in the same way as like headshot amounts and something. We just input a number and it just, we can alter the list and I'm not per se gonna spend too much time looking around and trying to loot stuff in these missions. I don't care. This thing already feeling a little bit better with some purple mods on it, so that a few percentage points more accuracy and stability and stuff. Even though we don't have that accurate actually triggered.
Hang on. I'm gonna go see what that was. I'll sweep the area.
Think you can take us? Fire on target.
The M1As are MMRs, so they have that
Fire on target.
very annoying, slow return to accuracy kind of. Oh, that's weird.
Now entering a safe area.
Predatory making it so much more comfortable as well, yeah. So let's start
Warning.
for that
You're
again.
now leaving the
And I'll
safe
start on
area.
Monday. Next week as well is I'm gonna be mostly spending my time in Div 1.
We got company. Sound the alarm.
There isn't also anything special in Div 2 that week. I wonder actually if they've done that on purpose and stuff, and that's gonna be the way it's gonna be. Like there's no global events and stuff in 2 when there's on 1, and you know, vice versa. I'm gonna guess this mission doesn't have a challenging mode because I don't remember it well. Most of the missions, one of the things I used to always just do in Div 1 is just jump in, do a named run, and then matchmake a few challenging missions. Is usually my thing. So most of the missions that have a challenging version, I know pretty well, and then the missions that don't, I generally don't remember that well. Standing there trading with them. Collectible trading health game. Oh no. But I'm full on everything, it's annoying. Things blow ups and a master pain to get unless you have actually good to play with. So, okay. Struggle the answer. Yeah, and these times through, I've
Heads up, Agent.
yeah
You've got
been
an
lucky
echo
to
in
have
your
a few
vicinity.
people that were also interested in them, so we've been doing them. We've been doing them together
Indicate an echo
mostly.
nearby.
Oh, yeah, the reminder that Keener is an asshole.
So I gave you a chance to work with me, and you decided you were gonna turn me in instead.
For God's sake, you don't have to do this. You need help. You've gone crazy.
Now you're back talking to the guy with the gun. I'd say you're the crazy one. Me?
Am I a fan of Division 1 Dark Zone? Not particularly. Oh, that wasn't into, like, I'm not into PvP into either game that much. I'm back in Div 1 days, I just, didn't have a group or anything to play with in easy. And Div 2 I've played a lot of easy.
Killing each other. That's not... No.
But mostly as well because I had, like,
No. Okay,
teammates
let's just
and
focus
group
on the
members.
job. It looks like the shade tech used to create that echo's been hacked. I can't get a read on the agent's identity. If there's a security room near you, we might have a shot at IDing them. If I can upload
I'm
the
afraid if
surveillance
leaving the
footage,
thing
then I
after
didn't
restart
wipe
up.
it.
Oh no, we are about to be ambushed.
Downloading archive security
My
data.
bush is about to be ammed. But also, even messing around sometimes now with some Div 1, the tick rate and stuff of the DZ and stuff is just horrible in 1, I feel. It's so much
You're not
worse
alone
than Div
anymore.
2's tick rate, and that's also why they made it so much smaller,
Begin upload.
the DZs.
I'm reading first wave agents near you, but they're not responding to my hails. I don't like it.
On my mark. Clear. Weapons free. Go, go,
Oh, door boundary. Maybe those guys are just too far.
Confirmed. Upload complete.
As in, the chicken dances of Div 1 are notorious. I don't think that's per se better than Div 2. Because also, yeah, the systems of, you know, correcting for lag and stuff are so much worse than 1. Because the big thing that one had was just a bigger DZ with 24 people, which could lead to bigger fights, but mostly didn't. But was also just much easier for people to kind of just go and hide. In spots, it was just much bigger. Like, players per area, the DZ in 2 is actually much more compact than the one in 1. I shoot you here. How long is this bleed? It's kind of like the bleed in the Descent we had earlier.
None of what you found is good. To see agents turning on each other, abandoning the mission.
Yeah, we're
It
17.
never should have gone down like that. God damn it. Be extra careful from now on, Agent. I think you might have just attracted some attention.
This thing doesn't look like it has been shot. Other than tell me there's new evidence.
Can't believe the bullshit that went down in the dark zone at the end there.
I know. We had it. Everything I told them was dead on. They made us pull out anyway.
And we left our dead behind.
Yeah, we're
Let me
not
see.
supposed to do that.
Does have a challenge mission. This one I'm pretty sure doesn't have challenging.
But we don't leave.
I will remember better.
We're here to make sure it doesn't get left behind.
And either Amazing Peter. Wondering if you build guys for Div 1? No. I wasn't that active with Div 1 back in those days.
It's time to leave them behind. Their model doesn't work anymore.
Actually, yeah, for instance, if you're interested in some, like in the Discord, we have a few linked there for Div 1 from other people, not by me. I've been thinking actually maybe making a folder in the build collection for Div 1 and just partially for me as well to kind of keep track of how my builds are set up.
They are done, but
I might do so at some point, but we'll see.
if you work with me.
Shit, you're not gonna believe this one. This guy's more nihilistic than I am.
Mr. Rhodes, let's just let the agents see
But
the
yeah,
footage and
they were
evaluate,
at this
okay?
door. They shut this
yet,
camera. It
it's
fell
a
to the
doozy.
ground. At least that's what it looked like. Although as well, like the back side here is completely different. But and yeah, let's make the run to this safe house and we'll end it up there. So actually, let's see if the named already spawns here. Otherwise, might turn around. No, where's the start of the... Oh, it's up there. Because I think when you do the mission, then the names can spawn, right? Oh, that's not. Because of the events, that was too late. Because I just misread. Yeah, although, well, it'll come back. With the events and stuff as well, like, it's in multiple ones. Striker is definitely in multiple ones. Oh, wait, are these guys... Oh, no, they're 19. Oh, 19, okay.
Better keep a lookout.
See how this ends for me. Let's put the numbers down.
Keep it tight, people!
And then we're gonna kill right. And then he's gonna come back in Division 2 as a cleaner. My headcanon is we kill him here and then like the cleaners find him and they rebuild him even betterer, and you know then he's and he turns into the right we all know and despise. Oh, the world named even. Nice. Let's go through here and get the tools as well then. Oh, sniper spawn.
Hey!
I ain't your target. Can't even fake being sick.
Yeah, when that group of NPC spawns, that means that sniper spawns to kill them. Do-do. Usually start April 14. I will have start. Oh, the April one, yeah. All right. So there you go. There you go, Fern.
Back talk. You'll be okay.
Because there isn't actually that many sets in the one. Like it's not also not nothing, but yeah. Like, how many do we have now in two? Like 17 or something? 18 maybe. The one is like 9 or something, right? Or 10.
This is going to be very useful. Thank you.
We owe you a lot.
Best prices in New York.
Unlock this. So I should go get the board as well over here. And
Hi there. So glad you're in the neighborhood. We could really use your help. But now that you're here, I'm
Yeah,
sure we're
lip
gonna
syncing.
get it all worked out pronto.
remember that back in the day. Yeah, we'll leave it off here. We'll continue on in the evening. And yeah, we'll just keep going at this. First, I'll start with just some work on the rifle. Was rifles next? Whatever one is next, and the DPS tables, and then come back to Div 1. Let me catch up. Actually, let's have a peek actually if there's anybody I can raid in the category. No. So we'll try to keep it on Div 1. Not many people, I bet. Now we'll go with this person, which I've never watched before. We'll take a chance on them. Let me catch up on everything else. Yeah, personally, way too much. Oh yeah, and F2 as well. Like any of those, like we used to always call them chatty bitches. But all of those chatty bitches will, yeah, they're just annoying. Well, actually, I don't have a mod in my backpack. You know? We'll get that fixed. Did I go somewhere else, or did I just buy? Oh, that likely explains. There.
Best prices in New York.
Oh, but yeah, you can just turn off VoIP. That's the easy way around it. Nice. From the last count how many times they both killed each other. Well, I would hope you would kill him more than he's killed you. But yeah, especially at endgame, and as well coming up with the global event there, especially for solo players, one of the easier ways to just bank up on some global event resources. And that's also, for instance, one of the things that having multiple characters is handy for, especially like even in the mornings or something, I can just log in and just do 4 named runs. Each of them is kind of like half an hour, so takes like 2 hours, but you get like each of them is also 2k or something, so you get like 6k out of that. Enough for 2 caches or 4 of the fully random ones. Yeah, the Div 2 builds. Yeah. Indeed. Although yeah, I might actually at some point, just for myself as well, to track the builds kind of. But also I'm not too sure about, like, still the system of Div 1 and 2 are kind of different. So on some of the things, I might not be sure that I'm actually making the best choices. Blue gear? Ew. I mean, well, that's still, you know. Oh, do you mean that the named guy dropped? I mean, yeah, they don't drop high stuff yet. We aren't that high level. But at least, yeah, we've reached into where there's some purples around, so I'll make it easier as well, because the game usually expects you to be like kind of on like blue, and then if we can be mostly purple. Because we'll go and level up and get some of these activities in. Reach 18. Lincoln is next.
Let him go.
No. Warrengate is next. So we'll likely go and kind of spend some time getting some of these encounters and side missions. Side missions give more technically, but I also want to get as many of the encounters in just to have all of the resources, or like try to get all the perks as early as possible, just to like have them at the ready. Because normally as well, if you reach the end game completely, you won't be able to get all of the perks yet if you haven't like actually done a bunch of this. But yeah, for now, let's go Raiden on the Twitch end. We'll send everybody over to, I was about to say Sad Rock, but no, it's Ad Rock, AAD Rock. They seem to be, what they seem to be? They seem to be actually in survival. They seem to actually being close to an extraction. We'll send everybody over there. Not the person I'm familiar with, but they seem to be doing well. So we'll send everybody over there just to keep it also in the Division 1 category. And yeah, I'll be back in the evening. That's going to be in like 3 hours and 15 minutes time. And we'll start off with a little bit of, work on some stuff. And then we'll come back to Division 1 and level up some more. So I hope to catch some, if not all of you then. But for now, as always, have a good day.
Best deals this side of the dark zone.